Hello everyone. Welcome back. How's everyone lunch? Did everyone get food? Or dinner? Or breakfast? Or depending on what time zone you're in? Whatever time zone it is, happy time zone. I hope y'all had a good couple of hours to kind of take a break, stand up, stretch, go outside, touch grass. You had pizza. See? This is the way. You have tea. You and me both. I used the last of my super nice apricot ginger tea for today. So that's good. We're gonna turn that down for a bit. Did not get food because you are a fool. Instead, you sat here the entire time looking at medieval Scandinavian beads. Yeah, that's the way. That's the way. I've been there. I've done that. I had a not white people food. There's a phenomenal Indian place down the road from me, so I got a goat biryani. Turns out if you know how to cook goat to be, not tough as hell, it's very tasty. Now you're cozy in your room with a large mug of chocolate milk. Well, that is extremely, extremely cozy. So, welcome back everyone. If you're just tuning in, we're already like 4 hours into this. We did a big block of streams in the morning for Assassin's Creed Mirage, and then we're back in the afternoon for more Assassin's Creed Mirage. But here's the deal. We've got lots and lots of stuff happening, because we're going to have guests on in this evening half. We're going to have Blue back on pretty soon. And then a bit later in the evening, Nicholas Vincenzen is going to come and join us to talk more history of magic. So, this is just all around utterly hype. You're eating Korean street food as served in Canada. Okay, but Korean street food. You try to comprehend the cosmological aspects of the plan for the round city of Baghdad and proceed to hurt yourself in confusion. Yeah. Theoretically, what are the chances of me finishing the game this weekend? Low. I'm gonna be real with you. It's not good. If we prioritize the main story, we could finish the game this weekend. We've not been prioritizing the main story. I have no intention to start doing that now. So, hey, I've been having a great time. And if we don't finish it this weekend, we'll just come back to it, and we'll just keep going. Started strong? It took me 4 hours to get through the tutorial. What do you mean we started strong? I feel like... Actually, guys, that's not true. It took us like an hour and a half because I took an hour and a half to just lecture at you all. I took an hour and a half to just lecture you all, and then an hour and a half to beat the tutorial. What strong for us? Oh. I see. I've been had. I've been bamboozled, I've been tricked, I've been had. But yeah, I have super exciting news. I found the cookbook. One of my libraries actually let me download it. So I now have a copy of a translation of a 10th century Baghdadi cookbook. I mean, look at it. Look at it! The book hath been cooked? So, we've got an extremely learned introduction that comes to us in 3 parts. On the discovery of the manuscript, 8 sources, what it's pulling from, what it's doing. An introduction to medieval Baghdad's food culture in general, and an introduction to Galenic humoral theory, which is shared between the Latin West and the Islamic East. And then the translation itself. The Book of Cookery, preparing salubrious fruits and delectable dishes, extracted from medical books and told by proficient cooks and the wise, by Abu Muhammad al-Mujaffir ibn Nasr ibn Sayyar al-Waraq. The book, honestly, is also super useful as a, like, understanding of the style of Islamic literature. Because, allow me to just read the first couple things. All praise is due to Allah, the Powerful, the King, the Almighty, the Invisible, the Creator of day and night and the orbiting spheres, the Restorer of the land, the Bountiful. He is detached from all opposites and exalted among female companions and sons. There is no power and strength but in God, the Sublime, the Mighty, the Forgiving, and the Merciful. May God bless the chosen and honest Muhammad and bless his chosen nation. May peace be upon them all. You asked of me, may God bestow longevity upon you, to write a book on dishes cooked for kings, caliphs, lords, and dignitaries, and here it is, may God bestow longevity upon you, an illustrious and fine collection of whatever benefits the body and fends off any harm that foods might induce. It includes as well all varieties of roasted and stewed meats that have been scalded and skinned, and cold dishes of poetry and river fish. I browsed, may God support you, through the books of the ancient philosophers and eloquent physicians' accounts. They were written long ago and were just too many. Since I am certain you prefer brief and simple explanations to boring, long-winded discourses, I have included only the most prevalent aspects of food and have documented what has already been established as authentic cooking. I have also avoided overburdening this volume with too many peculiarities, my intention being to give meaningful and comprehensive peculiarities, my intention being to give meaningful and comprehensive descriptions and steer away from redundancy. This will save you the trouble of going through the books of ancient philosophers regarding restorative foods, mukawiya, and making digestive drinks, mashrubat mulatifa. You will neither need to consult books on beverages and wines, nor go through the volumes compiled on medical electuaries, juarishnat, and pastes, ma'ajunat. At the outset of this book, I mentioned a number of factors that might cause the food to spoil. I gave instructions on how to avoid them. I feel like there's like a future past tense happening here. There's like a future perfect happening in here. I will have mentioned a number of factors that might cause the... Right. So this is just a table of contents. Factors that might cause the food to spoil and how to avoid it. Cooking utensils and the proper uses. Essential spices and aromatics that no dish should be without. Dishes that agree with the eater's humoral qualities and temperaments and the humoral powers of the food, which include all kinds of meat and poultry along with their particular parts and organs. Then stews, roasted, grilled, desserts, fish, eggs, grains, baked breads, and drinks prepared with sawik. Refreshing and nourishing drink made with roasted, toasted, and ground grains, sugar, and water. In addition, I include humoral properties of vegetables, of cooked and varieties served raw at the table. Next, the qualities and benefits of dairy products like milk, sour cream, cheese, buttermilk, followed by dry spices and herbs used to season the dishes, and aromatics and fruits thrown into the cooking pots. Next, mustard, vinegar, salt, the properties of rolled up sandwiches. Yes! Yeah! Shawarma's a 9th century invention! Shawarma's a 9th century... I assume Baz Maward is going to refer to something more akin to shawarma than to what we think of as a sandwich. Stuffed sausages, fermented condiments, pickles, etc., etc. Food allergies in history, how are they handled? As a research type. Right, chat, just a quick heads up of what's happening here. Channel points. As you watch the stream, you accumulate channel points, and channel points can be used to help us do history. So, we just got a redemption by Wolfie asking us to take a couple minutes here to look into food allergies. I can speak to this on extremely basic terms, which is in the Middle Ages here, when we're looking at humoral theories. Well, an allergy gets interpreted as a consequence of the humoral temperament of the person reacting badly with the humoral temperament of the food. And the idea that, this throws things more out of whack. Eating this particular food makes this person's humors be even more out of balance, and they should instead avoid that and eat these foods instead to bring their humors back into balance. The very basic version, of course, is that there are 4 humors based on the 4 elements, based on 4 liquid secretions of the body. So, secretions isn't all word there, but black bile, yellow bile, phlegm, and blood. And so these each have different qualities of warmth, heat, hot and cold, and wet and dry, and the goal is to be in equilibrium. You will 100% debate a book several hundred years old on what is and isn't a sandwich. I'm proud of you. The 4 humorous things was Galenus? Yes. Hence Galenic theory of medicine. You like to think that some enterprising merchants from Scandinavia who went to Sarkland, or the land of the Saracens, to use the... It's a borrowing from Latin, formulated in Old Norse. So, the Darul Islam came back to Birka ready to introduce them to shawarma. It's now canon. They had flatbreads, they could have done it. The fact that the Vikings did not independently invent shawarma is in fact a crime. Exactly. We have roasting rods. We know that they chopped meats and roasted them. We have flatbreads, and we have residues of the stones that they used to cook the flatbreads on. So they grew melons, so like a cucumber is within the realm of possibility. Putting mint into a yogurt sauce, right? They have skyr. And so you can take skyr and you can mix mint with it, and that creates something akin to tzatziki. And onions. You can mix like mint and onion into skyr. And now you just got shawarma. I'm telling you. It's happening. This is a feature. This is a feature. That being said, let's actually take a look here for our research time. Just see a little bit more detail, see what we're able to locate. So, food, allergy, medieval Islam. Let's see specifically medieval Islam. That's madness. We're going to force it to include allergy. Google's search modifiers. If you put it in quotes, it said it's mandatory, no synonyms, no other stuff. Do this. We also know they had an aesthetic fondness for Abbasid and Persian stuff. I love it. No, I like this. Another person's poison. A history of food allergies. Matthew Smith by De Gruyter. For most of the 20th century, food allergies were considered a fad or junk science. While many physicians and clinicians argue that certain food could cause a range of chronic problems, others believe that allergies were psychosomatic. Okay, so that's 20th century. But I'm curious whether it has an older history. Let's look at the front matter, because the front matter is publicly available, and therefore we don't have to worry about it. Let's see if the introduction to this book seems to be pointing us in the correct direction. Hello, J.A. Pasco. We are doing a research redemption onto food allergies because I found the cookbook. Oh, well, the front matter is literally just this. It's a useless 6 pages. Tragic. I was hoping we'd actually get the introduction. No such luck, though. Fine. Requires authentication or buying that for $18.99. Let me see if I have authentication. Let me just try. I'll pull this out of tab so I don't, dox myself too badly. I doubt I do, but we're gonna try. Because, nope. Wow. Not even Not even the university doesn't even have it, and that is surprising given what university it is. That's odd. Okay. Let's see. Malaya in ancient crossroad trade was the recipient of Chinese and Ayurvedic communal ideas and medieval Islam. Hot cold opposition. Foods, diseases, and medicines. Although Malay theories of disease causation include concepts of soul loss and spirit attack, along with naturalistic ideas such as dietary imbalance and systematic reactions to food. All of these can either be reinterpreted in humoral terms or are congruent with the basic tenets of Islamic humoral pathology. Behaviors and beliefs regarding human reproduction, however, diverge. We don't care so much about the pregnancy and childbirth, but I think that initial idea, right, that initial idea of dietary imbalance as a form of allergy, I think checks out. I think that aligns fairly nicely to what we're seeing. But yeah, let's take one other look here, and then we will see what we can do. I'm gonna flicker the game just a moment to click and close some windows. Don't want to accidentally do anything. So that one didn't help us that much. That one didn't help us that much. We can close Peter Bruegel now. We don't need him for this bit. Alright. And the Night Watch. We can close you too. Alright. Next up, let's just check this one more time. Let's just see, food, allergies. Right, we're just gonna see on a regular keyword search, what the common thing is, because that is a problem people nowadays have to actually still deal with. So I'm curious what, might exist in... Managing food allergies can be challenging as many traditional foods contain common allergens: milk, wheat, tree nuts, sesame. So they figured out some things that may have allergies in the various meals. Main dishes, desserts, and suhoor. Cool. Let's see what this one happens to say. This looks like it may just be kind of a Q&A forum. The Prophet, blessing and peace upon him, in a hadith said, "Make use of medical treatment, for Allah has not made a disease without appointing a remedy for it." Fair enough. And the solution, right? The solution in the Islamic world is, of course, right, if you cannot maintain a restriction, and this is, I think, true in the Abbasid period as well, right? If you are unable to maintain a restriction without risk to your health, do not maintain the restriction. And so, for people who suffer from allergies, right, I'm guessing, right, where possible, they used alternatives and were like, okay, that food's bad, and that gets psychologically or socially interpreted as humoral imbalance, but the solution to that is to eat alternative foods. And if you eat a food that you know you're going to have a bad reaction to, because it is traditional, you are doing it badly. Jewish culture has that too, I believe. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense to me. I think you're right. That being said, right, the other half of the story regarding food allergies is, of course, if you have an anaphylactic allergy and you eat something, you die about it. Right. Unfortunately, that's not well documented in our historical sources, so we don't know how often that's the case, and what the prevalence of anaphylaxis actually is within pre-modern populations. But, right, there is no solution to a severe anaphylactic shock in pre-modern medicine. It moves so quickly and has such a specific remedy that someone may enter a state of anaphylactic seizure and pass away before really anything can be done for them. So that is one of the risks and difficulties with this, as it's possible to look at records in various historical chronicles of people eating something and then very shortly after passing away as food poisoning, but also as allergies. And like severe allergies that get triggered and cause some sort of anaphylactic reaction. Right? As far as I know, there is no conception of allergies as such in pre-modern medical traditions. If I'm wrong on this, of course, if anyone does find anything to the contrary, please post the links in chat or whisper them to a mod so that we can look at that. But my understanding, based off, seeing the one book in the 20th century says that. And also thinking about, in the Annals of the Callous Kitchen, thinking about humoral theory as part of the reason why you write a cookbook. My instinct is that anaphylaxis in particular is tough to see. Let's see. I guess we can look into that really quickly. We need to get to the game, but anaphylaxis medieval. Right, we're just gonna see what keyword comes up with that. Hey, look at that. History of allergies in the Middle Ages and Renaissance. Galenus and Hippocrates. Yup. Oh, cool. There are innovative developments in Arabic medicine, also with regard to the history of allergies, specifically with the first description of rose fever, which is described as very similar symptomatically to hay fever. Cool. Description of asthma. Right. So you get hay fever and asthma described, but that looks like that's... Without seeing what sources they're actually pulling for, it's... I don't know at what period you're going to start getting a more systematized study of allergy and a more comprehensive theory of how to mitigate and manage it in cases of crisis. Yeah, looks like most people are just noticing hay fever, right, or rose fever, as a thing that a lot of this is pulling up. Yeah. National Geographic, what have you got? Yes, how it works, I don't care. 18... Yeah, okay. A lot of the developments are 19th and 20th century, and it takes until pretty late in the 20th century for it to start actually showing up. But yeah, so much for that research time. Thank you so much, Wolfie, for redeeming that. It is not springing upon me. It is a good thing. It is why we have the channel points. Medieval Lent food and nut allergies do not mix? Oh, no, absolutely not. That's a terrible idea. But yeah. With that, thank you for that. Let's also catch up on alerts, because in the hour and a half we were offline, or I guess just over 2 hours we were offline, actually. Emily and Odomancers both followed, and we thank you for that, so if you're around, say hi, come hang out. But we'll be revisiting the cookbook plenty, I am sure. Specifically, we may need to look at the dessert menu and see what fruits they're using in a lot of these. Ooh, it is searchable. Ooh. Looks like mangoes come up. Yeah, mangoes come up several times in this. So there is a lot to the joke of where are these kids with allergies to my grandparents' time? They died. Yeah. Genuinely, yeah. Yeah, it shows up a decent amount in the cool. So mangoes do show up several times in this cookbook. Um which is great. The name for honey-based conserved fruits originates from the Indian practice of preserving mangoes by cooking them in honey. Hell yeah. Let's go. So we'll be referring to that a whole bunch, because now that we can do food history, we should totally do food history. But I believe I promised you all some Alibaba at the party. Oh, I also actually, before we hop into the game, I do have one correction. I said the Chinaman solidifies in the Safavid period. That's actually incorrect. It does solidify in the opposite period. It's complete manuscripts of it seem to date from the like very early 11th century, with oral traditions of it circulating back as far as Khosrow II of the Sassanid period. So we do have these Persian traditions of Rostam and the rest of the history he is a part of, circulating almost certainly in the Khorasani members of the opposite court. And so the fact that we keep finding stuff that's named after Rostam, actually totally plausible in this period, if a bit contrived. Okay, that correction from the morning stream out of the way. Why don't we hop into it? If you're just tuning in, welcome everyone. I'm Adam, as always. I'm actually a professional historian. I work at a rare books library and have graduate degrees in medieval studies and cultural heritage, and have published multiple articles on historical adaptation and historical communication in video games. Here at Lido History, we do a big wide range of historical games, ranging from Bronze Age collapse to World War One. So the entirety of human history as defined by the presence of written sources. It's fair game for the channel. So if you like that, make sure you hit the follow button and say hello, because it is way more fun when we're all chatting, hanging out, having a good time, and learning together. On that note, I am not infallible, so please, if you say something wrong, please bring the receipts, but please call me out on it so we can learn together. If you want to help support the channel further, you got a few options though. You can subscribe here on Twitch, Prime subs, regular subs, cheered bits. All those things unlock you historical events and help me keep this project going. And if you want to click on the link in chat there to head over to Patreon, for as little as $2 a month, you can help us keep on going. And for more money, unlock more perks, more emotes, and make me play your favorite historical game. Without further ado, though, let's hop into it. We're going to have a bunch of guests coming up pretty soon, and that's super exciting. Alright, I think I promised you some Alibaba, huh? Amazing. Casita, thank you so much for the Prime sub for the 3 months. Delighted you're enjoying it. Thank you for hanging out. Man, I love this distressed looking Persian griffin on my shoulder. It's so silly, but I love it. Time to see if this game can sink or swim, and generally make Aladdin 3 jokes. Yeah. And that's Rebecca. That's a weapons dealer. You're all the way out there? Well, alright. 1,000 meters away, south of Krach. Dang, that armor looks kinda nice. Unironically looks kinda nice. On the bright side, we'll probably find historical sites. True, we can get distracted by codices along the way. This is the way. Oh, heck. Ow. My ankles. Oh, the police headquarters. This is a problem. Exactly, right? The game compresses distance. It seems to be by about, but it's like at about 20% of the historical distance. Oh, game audio too quiet? Okay. We can fix that. I turned it down for the discussion because of course I did. But I forgot to turn it back up. There we go. Should be fixed. Maybe we just wait until later for that object. Right, maybe we don't need to break into that chest that quickly. Ooh, a cartographer. We need to swing by the cartographer just to see this, what adventuresome renditions of Islamic maps they've got. That's an empty piece of papyrus. That's not even... Come on. Give me the actual map around here.
Well met.
Welcome, traveler.
What do you have?
I have all sorts here. Ah, rare and valuable relics. Will you be the one to find them? Fabled riches are often thought lost, but are they real?
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
If anyone could lay hand to them, it might well be you.
I mean, yeah.
Ah, you seek wisdom. Some maps have much to reveal.
I mean, yeah, am I gonna spend... If I'm gonna spend stuff on just unlocking...
Goodbye.
Just identify where things are on the map. Just give them to me. Tell me where they are. Then yeah, we're gonna do that and get all the books. Because the books... Sadly, no historical maps around this historical map. Right, that's genuinely surprising. I expected doing the history sin of having El-Idrisi's world map. But they just haven't. They haven't done it yet. And that's almost genuinely super weird. Right? Because... The reason why I say that's a history sim, though, is right that there's a significant evolution in Islamic cartographic thought between the 9th and the 12th centuries. And so by the 12th century, right, they're much more concerned with sort of precise coordinates, some of these more detailed modern audiences will recognize as like true to life, quote unquote accurate rendition of the space. Why is it?
Go somewhere else.
Why? Why is this restricted?
Pay for your sins.
Literally, why is this restricted? Yes, yes, run, scream, look at this scream. La 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 la. The Quality District Office. Oh good. Judges, the police are being jerks to me for no discernible reason. Mr. Judge, they're being jerks to me and I don't know why. I'm only an assassin. I haven't even killed anyone like important, just like a soap merchant. Come on, let me off easy. Mr. Judge, I've only killed like half their force. What did I do to deserve this? You didn't even know this game came out? Well, happy surprise? I know, it is like a super stacked, time or season for historical games though. Right, because, the complete release of ACE or of what's his face? Hi, what are words? I am suddenly immediately struggling. Of Total War Pharaoh is Tuesday. It's literally this Tuesday. And that makes it difficult. That makes everything very difficult. Right, the goal is to plow through this today, or this weekend, so that way we can just move straight into Total War Pharaoh. But I don't think we're going to finish this. And everyone scrambled out of the way of next week for Spider-Man 2. Yeah. Yeah. Because, you know, you can't compete with the current Spider-Man games. They're actually, like, that's just a wildly bad idea. So, all right. Codex updated with Railman. Servant soldiers. Enslaved soldiers usually, but yeah, servant soldiers, sure. From 811 to 813, a vicious civil war pitted Al-Amin and Al-Ma'mun, the two sons of Caliph Harun al-Rashid, against each other. In the end, the former was executed after a long and destructive siege of Baghdad, and the latter ascended to the throne. The episode generated a demand for troops loyal only to the Caliph and generated lasting tensions between the groups of elites who had supported each of the two brothers, Al-Ma'mun and his successor Al-Mu'tasim. The solution was the creation of a professional military made largely of enslaved boys and men originating from Turkic-speaking tribes of Central Asia, who were renowned for their skills as riders and archers. These ghilman, plural form ghurum, servant, were expected to serve their master loyally. After completing a formative training, a ghulam turned the elite guard as a mounted warrior. Their distinctive clothing and accessories were mentioned by medieval authors and depicted in surviving artworks, such as this one. Reviews were organized every year, in which the Caliph would personally assign each of his horsemen to a certain rank and pay according to his performance and receive loyalty oaths from them. This system gave the Abbasid rulers a professional army on which they could depend, and adopted by rival rulers, it lasted for centuries. But it was not without problems. Over time, these new soldiers attained significant positions of power and influence within the ruling elite. Chroniclers of the time paint a picture of tensions caused by the presence of the Ghilman in Baghdad, a solution which may have led al-Mu'tasim to relocate the army to the new capital of Samarra. Also, the substantial cost of acquiring and maintaining this professional army ate up a great part of the Khalid's revenues. This led to financial instability in the later part of the 9th century. This is 100% true. The original contract of this sort of pay is, I think it's like 10 dinar per person per month? Or something. So like a salary, a fairly sizable salary. Al-Mutaz has to cut that to 2 due to lack of funds in the Khalifal coffers. Which is a problem. Standing figure of a Ghulam, 12th to 13th century Iran, Metropolitan Museum of Art, New York. This is where the fun begins. Oh boy. What would that be in today's currency? I actually don't remember super precisely. Let me quick look that up, and then once we quick look that up, we'll throw it to an ad break and then come back with a guest for more Alibaba stuff. Let's see. Minimum wages on Taz. Just a game's still up, I know. But I want to see if there's a lot helpful here. Boo. I don't know that we're gonna. I don't know that we're gonna get a whole lot said here. Sadly, dang. Sadly, nothing easily accessible. But basically, right, the takeaway is, as they expand, as the army expands and becomes more prominent, there's a subsequent retraction of funds flowing in to the Caliphate as expenses are ballooning, and that results in bad times in the late 3rd century AH, Al-Hijra. Okay, we're going to throw it to a quick ad break while I get Blue on, so I'm going to be muted here. We're going to have the questing snails on. Voila. And yeah, don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a couple of minutes with a guest, so BRB. And welcome back, everyone. And, everyone say hi to Blue.
Hello! I arrive.
He's back. So we're gonna hang out for a bit. We're gonna have other guests coming in later. Catching up on chat with continuing our discussion of the, enslaved military. This due with a question: did they remain slaves their entire lives, or were they freed if they got old or injured enough to quote-unquote retire? Properly speaking, they could easily remain enslaved for their entire lives, even after the age of military service. That being said, enslavement in the Abbasid Caliphate is weird because there's a lot of, like, discourse and, like, moralizing pressure of, if you manumit your slaves within your lifetime, this is a good thing and you should feel good about it. So it becomes entirely possible for there to be provisions for the manumission of a lot of these enslaved soldiers, or both in military relevant contexts and for other kinds of enslaved groups as well.
I understand it as being similar in construction to the way that Roman slavery worked, much more so than Greek slavery. Definitely not the same as that, where the line. And again, I'm not an expert on this, but from everything that I've seen about it, I get the sense that, like, the line between enslaved and not enslaved is much, much softer than it is in like colonial systems where it's like if you're a slave like all the way down the chain forever, like sorry gang, not really, they weren't sorry, but like there's much more of a sense of like obviously being enslaved is no fun, but it's much more of like a business is business kind of thing than like oh you're enslaved because you deserve this to happen to you, which is what the colonial system does.
Yeah, the other, and their prices for granting someone their freedom as part of someone's will, yes. Correct me if you're wrong, but wasn't becoming a soldier the only way of social mobility for enslaved people within the Caliphate? It is one way of social mobility. It is definitely not the only one. Obviously...
Prominent, but not exclusive.
Exactly. Obviously, if you're not, assigned male at birth, being a soldier is not an option, and you have to have other solutions. But enslaved entertainers, musicians, dancers of, both male, female, and various gender non-conforming communities of enslaved people as performers, dancers, sometimes even more basic domestic laborers, gatekeepers, various other forms can achieve relatively high prestige, and as a freedman, right, if you've been manumitted, you may still kind of work with the person who used to enslave you, but be able to get fairly prestigious engineering and construction projects done through that. So there's actually quite a bit of options for this. Hey yo! I hope you enjoy it. You've had a friend silently DMing you about it. Look, Katya, it's actually very good, and it's wild.
We were just talking about this at lunch. This game is like actually really good.
And Goen, our professional urban planner, proceeded to hurt himself again. Because as soon as you look hurt themselves again, because as soon as they looked at the in-game map, I was like, I shall try and understand the cosmological aspects of the round city, proceeding only to hurt myself in confusion for a second time. Pain.
And thank you for this dude for the gift sub. Very generous.
Oh yeah, the entertainer. Yep, enslaved women could become guions, term for a highly trained and educated entertainer / artist. Yeah.
Here, shall we unpause and get back to the game?
Let's unpause and get back into the game.
See what we can see.
As everyone tunes in, welcome everyone. If you've been enjoying this, we're gonna hop back into it. We're pushing for the Alibaba quest, so be ready for a lot of the, pain. Specific mentions of gender non-conforming entertainers, or are you just being thorough? I am being specific, sort of. So let's hop back into the game first so I can walk and talk. Mostly I'm being thorough, but there are specific mentions because the entertainers could be part of a social group, social / gender / question mark group known as the Rumeliat, who are assigned female at birth and enslaved, and so don't get a choice when in stopping, but dress up and perform in styles and in manners fashionable to...
Hey Cleo, what you doing?
Oh, hi Cleo.
Cleo skulking around. Also, I see we are dripped as fuck. I love this outfit. What do we have here?
This is the Rostam outfit.
Okay.
So, more things. But yeah, like, genuinely,
Is that a tiger pauldron?
Griffin pauldron better. It's even better.
I love that. Okay, I saw the tiger pelt on the side, and I wasn't sure if that was a little motif.
Yeah.
Oh, fun.
Yeah. Anyway. You love when your gender is also about your class and profession, like monk or eunuch? Exactly. Well, that is joking, that's also not joking. And, you know, the Rumelia in, the Umayyad Caliphate in the 10th century in Spain, it's both a thing that, people in political positions within the harem would perform as, and the one of the partners of Abdurrahman III, I believe, is Humalia, but also would show up as performers and in performative contexts. And they definitely appear to be gender non-conforming, though the exact nature in which that is non-conformity versus enforced non-conformity slash using something to otherwise enforce other people to be heterosexual is an extremely fraught area and kind of generally weird. Is it weird that you can feel the heat of this place just by watching? I think that's a huge win.
I love that comment.
That's a huge W for the game right here. Oh, hey. I need a key. Crap.
Like, with Origins, I kind of got that sense. Didn't really get it with Odyssey quite as much. But this game definitely hits that feeling. It's the combination of... It's not just the light. It's not just the particle effects. It's not just the sound. There's something.
There's something.
So yes, but I can't tell you why.
The wife of Abdurrahman III, son, and the heir of Al-Hikam II was somewhat gender non-conforming as well. Humayat, I think usually gets anglicized as Ghumaliyya. Right, Humaliyya. Yeah.
Honestly, made me feel like I was inside a Target. I don't know what you mean by that specifically. Because I've been inside Targets, and the only thing that it makes me feel is like... It's like I'm in a hyperbolic time chamber, so unless that's what you mean, I'm not sure what you mean.
Oh, and thank you for the follow, Applebee's. Appreciated. Okay, well, where am I? Game, chill. Game, stop throwing knives randomly. I'm not hitting it.
I'm so glad you can parkour down in this game.
Parkouring down
It's the
actually
little
works
things.
in this game, it's weird.
It's the little things, I swear.
And also, Bisexual to Larry Girl. Thank you for the follow and the excellent name as well. Okay. Ow. My,
Into Applebee's, would you like apples or bees?
Hey, there's no way to behave.
The commenter's name is Applebee's. That's perfect.
Exactly. Applebee's. I would like the bees, please. Actually, unironically, I wonder if they're going to mention beekeeping and the use of honey as well as sugarcane as preservatives in the Caliphate. And actually show beekeeping. That'd be pretty based. I'm just saying.
Beast.
You have chosen the bees. You'd like to know what some of the curtain booths and some of these roofs are. A holdover from Assassin's Creed 1?
There you are.
Yeah,
Like,
I
it's-
don't think this is anything in particular. It's just kind of a reference to the first game where they had these little rooftop galleries for kind of no reason.
Yes! Yes! Wait! Everyone get hype! I don't know how this is a lost book, given that we can just literally go talk to them, but get hype anyway. Catalog a book, a reference to our other playthrough of the fantastic Book of Hours, which is an aggressively bookish game. But we get to read about this. The Banu Musa, the Book of Ingenious Devices. Our dear Banu Musa have so many ideas they overflowed into this book. I am proud of them and think these devices are indeed ingenious. To think of a flute that plays on its own. There are many wonders here, and I expect some of them will soon be made a reality. Chat!
So,
You know what time it is.
can you explain what the deal is with the Banu Musa? Because I have been very confused since I
Yeah.
first interacted with them.
Absolutely. Firstly, you know what time it is. Automata got mentioned, therefore everyone go read Medieval Robots. It is a phenomenal book. While it does not deal so much with the Arabic world or the Islamic world, it does a lot with the European history of medieval automata. Go read it, it's great. Now, the other half of this. Let me pull up, actually, just pull up the page for the book, because it is a real book that is circulating in this period that actually just got composed. And is very famous and very well preserved, and we love it. Published in 850, or around there. And it is by our lovely three brothers, which is great. The eldest of those three brothers is Abu Jafar Muhammad ibn Musa al-Khwarizmi.
The mathematician?
Yeah, Mr. Algorithm himself.
Oh, crap.
It's him. Muhammad Ahmad and Al-Hassan ibn Musa ibn Shahir, known as the sons of Moses, described some 100 devices. Sons of a respected astronomer, the brothers were supported by Al-Mamun and his successors. Amongst their other notable projects was an initiative to measure the circumference of the Earth, accomplished by walking the distance on a marked route for a 1-degree shift in altitude of the polar star, which they did at 2 locations for accuracy. They reported a circumference of 24,000 miles, only slightly less than the modern estimate of 24,902 miles. They also published treatises on geometry and mathematics. Al-Khwarizmi publishes the work that creates the field of algebra when it gets translated into Latin in Europe. Yeah, no, this is... Right, they are dope. They are incredibly good at... They are incredibly good mathematicians on their own right. And I mean, it's kind of funny the extent to which the game has leaned into the three brothers, given that in popular consciousness, only one of the three has preserved any notoriety, and that is Al-Khwarizmi. Anyway, thinking about the booths on the top of the ceiling, this dude wondered if the rooftop booths were originally inspired by these sukhas.
Oh.
That seems potentially dubious, but I like the thought process, right? I like the idea that this is just an extension of roof life, and that's
this gives me the sense of like in the research for Assassin's Creed 1, someone was like, you know what? We can run with that and turn it into something it's not, but it's close enough to something that does exist, even though they probably weren't on like isolated rooftops, that someone's like, you know what? Fine. And then they just became a staple.
Exactly. Ubisoft is their homework better than most college students? These days, yes. The creative interpretation team, who are the people responsible for finding a lot of the documentation and creating the dev wikis for historical reference, did a freaking incredible job this time. Yeah. Found incredible people, found an incredible body of his museum pieces to look at, and just went ham on it.
And I want to say they had that kind of an infrastructure for when they were working on Valhalla, and just selectively chose not to use a bunch of it. Oh, but then this time they're like, wait, no, what if we actually did?
they absolutely did have it, and I mean, there unfortunately is just a lot that happens with Valhalla, but
yeah.
Well, I think I want to talk more about that after we do Yonder Alibaba quest, because I think that's going to be...
That'll be a good point of comparison.
I think it's going to be instructive to think about how what kinds of stories Assassin's Creed is actually very good at telling, and the kinds of stories that it turns out they're actually very bad at telling. And I think, though I am not 100% confident, that part of the problem with Valhalla is that they
Someone stop that man!
tried to tell a type of story and use a format that they're actually not super well equipped, just structurally and what the game lets you do, to tell. Anyway, what's this weird gold guy? Hang on. Nope, that's not the right button. None of those buttons were correct. Ah, yes. A Tale of Baghdad. Oh, that's perfect. This is an actual side story.
You will break your
Yay.
neck! You are going to get caught!
Oh, good. We actually get to see things under
Who
construction.
is the brave little squirrel up there?
He is not a squirrel.
That's
His name
like
is Young Eagle.
one of my favorite things
We
about the
should not
AC
have dared
games
him to go
is
up there,
when
but he was
stuff
being so
is under
helpful.
construction.
Yeah.
Now we're all going to get in trouble.
I will get him down.
Oh, we need to get a child down from... Oh, no. Oh, no, 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 no. Oh, no, no, no.
You are going to
Oh, this kid's gonna try to leap of faith it. Oh no.
I mean, I'm going to leap a faith it. Whether or not the kid's coming with me is another question.
That child looks like he has gotten himself into a tricky situation.
Don't worry. Responsible adult is here to save the day. Ah, yes, I am responsible
My name
adult.
is Basim, and I climbed up here without thinking it through. Do you think you could help me get down? When I was your age, I did all kinds of foolish things to impress my friends.
Push him.
I did not do it for them. I did it for the hidden ones.
Ah, the hidden ones.
Not everyone believes in them, but I do. They're the true protectors of the people. They were the ones who avenged my mother. Not the Khalifa or his men. The hidden ones did that.
I see. And you thought this would get their attention, climbing up here.
I heard they can die from great heights and not get hurt. But I cannot
I
do
love that
something unless I
Basim's
see someone else do
hood
it first.
has teeth.
Do you think you could do it if I showed you?
Okay. It took us 6 months of training. This kid's better at assassin than we are. Whee! Whoop. Go, go, go.
See? I am unharmed. Now you go.
I cannot!
Yes, you can. Do not overthink it. You simply need to have faith.
This kid's gonna miss.
Well, but not graceful. Kind of scrungy, but... But...
Fine. Give me a second.
Oh, my leg!
Are you hurt?
No. Nothing broken.
You are a fast learner.
I told you, I can do anything if only someone shows me first.
That is a valuable talent. Be sure to have a good teacher next time you try something risky like that.
You could teach me.
I am no teacher. I still have much to learn.
No, you are a good teacher. You teach by example. Are you...
Seek me out when your voice begins to break. Then we will talk.
Wow, that was amazing! Come on, Hytham, before the Muezzin hears us.
Whoa, 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 whoa! That's Hytham.
Oh, really?
They just happened to throw it away at the end. Come on, Hytham.
Oh, holy crap. I was gonna make a joke like, and that kid's name, George Washington. But I don't hear the game audio. Oh, that's so much fun. Wow, what an origin story. I love that.
That's actually super charming. Wait, that's actually... I really like that. Okay, that's something that I want to acknowledge right with the game, is that the game does not really represent the political history of Baghdad, in my opinion, particularly well. Right, there's a lot of details in what's going on in this period that they are just not thinking about. But what they've done a really, really, really good job at is making the assassins feel like they are actually a faction in this world that actually like have to negotiate within a social fabric and not just exist doing their own thing while history actually happens around them. Right, like we in Alamut we got a Tahirid emissary, a Tahirid diplomat, traveling to Alamut to help to transfer news and to help out the assassins kind of think of them as a part of the world. Now we get this of, you know, the actions actually have influence in the broader world space. And we get to meet Hytham early, as a little kid, doing dumb stuff to impress his friends. And that's
really
good.
Cool. Yeah, I like that.
That's genuinely really good.
What I do like is that, like, even at the very beginning of the game, Basim's like, yeah, I've been doing jobs for the Hidden Ones. He knows they exist. Like, they're a secret society that is kind of purposefully eldritch and kind of like, except, unlike the Order of the Ancients, which just no one knows exists except for the people who they directly influence, the assassins, or the Hidden Ones, are a known quantity in the world, even though it's like you'd never know if you were looking right at one, because the whole point is that they blend in, but they are an explicit presence and a covert but known faction. And seeing that, like, even kids are like, yeah, the Hidden Ones helped me when I needed it, makes them feel much more present in the world.
Yeah.
Far beyond what we ever see anywhere else. Like, no random person in 1800s London knows about the assassins, but, like, the Hidden Ones are one of many factions here in Baghdad.
Yeah. Exactly, and the Tahirids, right, the governors of Khorasan and Baghdad, are the ones who are preventing the Caliph from just attacking Alamut. Right, like, they are the, okay, please, controller. Like, they are explicitly existent within the world in a way that feels very nice. And that's great. It's great. And Musha, thank you for the follow just now. Oh.
Hold on.
What, you saw nothing? I was just passing through. Just passing through. See? I'm not even running particularly fast. If I just get far enough away, it's just like, yeah, okay. Problem for future. Oh, wow. That canal was rancid.
Ooh, yeah.
I enjoy that. Game? Game? Are you gonna let me climb? Nope, no climbing for me. Okay. Well, time to get a bit crunchy. Alright, we also did get, as we run over to this one, we did get a new codex entry. Which is awesome. The Abbasid Army. The Abbasid Caliphs maintained an expansive professional army. Its main tasks were to defend rather than expand the borders of the already enormous empire, and to ensure the continuous rule of the dynasty. In keeping with the Abbasid Empire's ethnic diversity, the Khalifa army included regiments of various origins. In the 8th century, soldiers from Khorasan, Iran, and Uzbekistan, who supported the Abbasids' rise to power, were the most common in the army, while other units included Arabs established in garrison cities and Zanj warriors from southeastern Africa. In the 9th century, the Khorasani, considered too dangerous after their involvement in the 811 to 813 civil war, were replaced with Ghilman regiments of Turkic, Slavic, and Caucasian slave soldiers. This professional army amounted to tens of thousands of troops held in mostly urban barracks all around the empire. Among them, a small majority were infantrymen equipped with spears, axes, composite bows, and round helmets. The rest were cavalry of chain-armored riders armed with spears, axes, curved swords, and bows. In battle, they would charge devastating armored cavalry charges from behind an infantry screen, but most combat involved small border raids and sieges, in which a few hundred opposite soldiers fought similarly armed Byzantine, Tang, or North African counterparts. In time, they revealed themselves to be just as adept at securing enormous financial and political advantages for their own gain as their Khorasani predecessors. When Caliph al-Mutawakkil tried to curb these advantages in 861, he was murdered by his own guards, opening a period of anarchy in which different factions within the military vied for influence and control, setting up and toppling caliphs as they went. The Abbasid Empire never really managed to settle down after this chaotic time. Alright, Zagrados, appreciate you being here for 10 minutes. Straight sword of a Central Asian type, 9th century, Nishapur, Iran, the Metropolitan Museum of Art. It's a good sword.
A lot of MoMA pieces in this database.
A lot of Met pieces in this database. I don't think any MoMA ones.
Or MoMA's different, sorry. Not a New Yorker.
But a lot of Met pieces, a lot of British Library, a lot of Bibliothèque Nationale Française. The reason for that, by the way, is actually the Met has almost universally, except for really contemporary pieces, made everything Creative Commons licensed, and has 98% digitization of their catalog collections, or something truly absurd. They're the highest one, but they're real high.
Let's put in context how much work that is, because most of a collection is not even what's in the building on site that you can go see.
About 4%
and Adam, you
of
would
it
know much more about the
is on site.
Yeah, most of it is in like airplane hangars miles and miles away.
Or the basement. There's an enormous basement that has over half of their material, but yeah, the things you can view in the museum, in any major museum, are between 2 and 5% of the museum's total holdings. And so the fact that they're able to have digitized so much of it is decades of work. And that's very good. Oh, good. Back to the food history. Table manners. I mean, British museums got a bad rep right now. They've been making choices. Their objects are very good, but go to the British Library instead. Okay, anyway, food history. Sharing meals and drinks was an essential part of life at court. For hosts, it was a way to display their generosity. For guests, to entertain a potential patron and to enjoy a free meal. Therefore, displaying good table manners was supremely important for all as a way to demonstrate their social status and sophistication. In his Kitab al-Bukhala, the Book of Misers, al-Shahiz uses short anecdotes to illustrate the reader in proper etiquette. At the time, a typical feast at the court or in the house of a rich Baghdadi was held in a reception room, where guests socialized, sang, and drank until dinner was served. Everyone then ate from a communal bowl, pot, or large tray set on the floor or a low table. Elegant glassware, like this cup whose inscriptions offers God's blessings to its owner, was a feature of such feasts. During the meal, one should show patience and restraint in his appetite, or risk being known as a pot picker, one who picks from the pot before it is served, or a fast pitcher, one who stuffs his mouth with bean stew, parsley broth, and meatballs before swallowing it all at once. Exhibiting selfish or disgusting behavior, such as licking one's fingers and then dipping them in the communal sauce, was a major faux pas. Figure in colorless glass with engraved decorations, 9th century, from somewhere between Syria and Iran. The David Collection, København, Denmark. Yeah! The Scottish National Museum's done some... the National Museum of Scotland has done some pretty cool stuff. Cleveland Museum of Art was also in the bad news bears for a bit, because the international police seized one of their major statues of Marcus Aurelius, because it turns out it
yeah.
got looted from Turkey. But they
Yeah.
completely cooperated with that investigation, and there's no evidence of misdoing on the curator's part who acquired it. It's one of those where they did their homework, and the fact it was looted was really well hidden.
Yeah. Because even, I mean, some institutions will be like, oh, free stuff, thanks. Or, you know, but like,
the
some
Mets-
institutions even doing, some institutions even doing their best to make sure that the stuff that is coming to them is above board will still miss out because provenance can be very hard to trace.
Yes.
Greetings.
The most you can usually.
Good to see you.
I was gonna say something, but that was me talking out of my ass.
I see your
It is
wares?
one thing to verify that
Here's
something
what I
is
thought.
authentic, and it is another thing to verify that it was not looted.
Such need.
Yeah.
And those are two distinct, different processes.
Yeah. Let's upgrade our sword.
Sold.
Is this sword better? That sword didn't change shape at all. Frankly, tragic.
Aw, boo.
That's alright, let's do this one again. Let's upgrade this one, see if it changes shape.
I like that everything only has 3 upgrade options instead of like a gabillion,
Is that
like
all?
in Valhalla.
Exactly.
I will see you later.
Please come again.
I super appreciate it. It feels very good. Feels very good. Yes, a Derwish's artifact. Let's go. Let's go, chat.
Let's go.
What absolute banger are we gonna steal this time? Okay, so photo mode real quick. I'm sorry I stole from you. Your outfit is incredible. Okay, we're gonna leave now.
That was also a good pickpocket. That was a narrow band.
Thank you, thank you. I'm quite proud of it. She got the drift.
Oh gosh, look at this market.
Yeah, so, why... Firstly, the object. What did we just pick up? We picked up a decorated shell. A finely decorated crustacean shell from the Tang Dynasty that may have been worn as jewelry or an ornament of some kind. Tang Dynasty rap, let's go! Let's go!
Wait, what was the Tang until? Tang.
It's contemporary. It's
Okay,
yeah, it's what 700s to late 1000s.
618 to 907. There was
Okay.
a brief break in 717.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Yeah. But yeah, so, chat, if you're just tuning in, this is your first time seeing it, our old mentor, Darwish, who we are stealing stuff for, turns out to be a sophisticated antiquarian, and a good bad collector, terribly unethical collector, but we love his collections. So we have an Axumite magical amulet. We have cowrie shells used all around the Indian Ocean as currency. We have a votive plaque from the Western China, from the Western Tang Dynasty, featuring inscriptions to the Buddhas. We have a Storotheke from the Byzantine Empire, which may or may not have a genuine piece of the True Cross in it. We have a Korean Nestorian Christian cross. And now we have Tang Dynasty jewelry.
Pretty dang cool.
A Nestorian cross from Korea. It's so good. We also apparently have another sword. Oh, it just says we upgraded those. Did you say Korean? Yeah, the Silla dynasty mentioned in that. I looked it up during the break. Is in basically the eastern half of the Korean peninsula in this period.
And it was for like 900 years, right? It was like
Yeah.
just BC until like 900 AD, yeah.
Yeah.
I get serious Venom vibes from Basim's hood, having teeth
It's
on top and
pronounced
bottom.
Shilla. I'll take your word for that. I know zero Korean, so I will take your word for that. SI in Korean is she. Okay. So, Sheila? Alright. Textiles! Yeah! Okay.
Let's do
Textiles. In opposite Baghdad, fabrics were everywhere, with doorways hung with curtains, hangings dividing private spaces from otherwise open colonnades, bare, unpaved floors covered with mats or
The
rugs.
inscription woven in. Oh, man.
Yeah.
Sorry, continue.
Yeah. And halls through which marched richly decked clothed personages. This colorful decor was created in various production centers throughout the empire. Its skilled craft people adapted their creation to the means and desires of every part of society. For instance, most Baghdadi homes would not have been adorned with elegant, colorful rugs, but rather fiber mats, woven of rushes, straw, and hemp. The design is usually very simple, with few decorations save for two bands of stylized writing that express blessings and good wishes to their owner, as is the case with the reed mat pictured here, whose inscription reads, "Complete blessings and universal prosperity and continued happiness and joy to its owner." Some could nevertheless be quite elegant. The mats made in Tiberias and Abadan were described as softer than silk, and they could be folded in two as if made of cloth. Carpet making techniques and styles were perhaps influenced by the arrival of an increasing number of Gilman soldiers of Turkic origins to the city and its surroundings. Coming from colder regions, they may have introduced and popularized the use of thicker carpets or felts on floors in the homes. Abbasid textile workers were also famous for their production of tiras, embroideries made of precious metals including gold thread. They served as the Khalif's personal gift to honor courtiers and ambassadors. Their manufacture is therefore strictly controlled and production reserved for state-run workshops, often inscribed with the name of the ruler or Quranic verses and distributed in elaborate ceremonies that were considered immensely valuable.
Imagine being such a badass that you have a specific gift that you give to diplomatic guests.
Yeah. Isn't it great? It's so good. So. If I pull up this, I don't have it pulled up right now. God, how did I do that? Let me open it up again, because I should have
To answer the question of realism review, yes, I will.
Amazing. Heck, where did it go? My PhD thesis on, or rather, Patricia Baker's PhD thesis on the dress in the Abbas or in the Islamic world. Let's see if it's this one. I think it's this one. Yep, History of Islamic court dress in the Middle East, from 1986, as a detailed look at the entire thing. Mentions some gifts of these exact sorts of embroidered things to a Khalifa inauguration. I think a Fatimid inauguration. Let's see if it loads in a reasonable amount of time. Da 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 da. The Wazir. The Khaba, the Qalansua, the Alama. Qalansua. There's a lot of undecorated words in this, if it's not obvious. Sirwal, Oh, good. Actually, here's a good reference to it. The Khorasani forces, closely linked to the Caliphal Guard, could be identified with garments and turban cloths decorated with bands in gold embroidery. Tiras. Along with spread around all the way to the Caucasus, etc. 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 So, if we need more textile stuff, this is a fabulous dissertation to look at. And also talks a little bit about how some, really high-status clothing might not look dramatic, but is because tube weaving exists.
Yeah.
Which is just insane. That, a caliphal undertunic might be woven out of a single piece of cloth with no stitches. Which is a lot.
And that's like... I had a comparison, and I don't like it as much as I thought I did, but there's a difference between having dress that is extremely showy and complex and like this is made of solid gold fibers or whatever, and just having something that is very well made and subtle, yet still being, for anyone who has a discerning enough eye, a mark of very refined fashion sense. It's like the difference between, you know, a cheap suit and a very well tailored one. Even if it's, you know, they're both black and they're both suits, you can tell the difference if you know what you're looking for, and anyone who does know what they're looking for will be able to recognize, oh, this is an excellent quality suit, even if it is not dramatically different from a distance compared to another one.
Yeah. I really enjoy it. This goes into a lot of detail on all of the things. Fashionable dress of the Absent Lady. Smoke-colored fine shirts. Fashionable ladies in the 9th and 10th century were advised to wear subdued tones. Smoke-colored fine shirts, rashidi ridas, and linen with decorated bands on it. Decorated linen, silk embroidered with circles, mikna veils from Nishapur, ilzars from made of muslin from Khorasan, close-fitting necks, wide sleeves, and then trailing trousers, and then black veils or turbans. They must not wear trouser cord, nor anything of white linen except that which is colored by nature or dyed according to its kind, or altered from being exclusive to the garb of man with some kind of musk, sandalwood, hyacinth, ambergris, etc. Ooh, white equals divorcees. Chat, remember that.
Interesting.
White equals divorcees. For enslaved people, maybe blue or pink, or red or yellow, and entertainers would wear green, pink, red, and bright yellow. So a fashionable man, or presumably fashionable woman, that's not an entertainer, would only wear yellow at festivities.
All the hidden ones are divorcees.
True. True and based.
They're just Doug viewers. They're all divorced.
Oof. So, you know, the lady we just stole from, who has otherwise very nice outfits, who had a very nice outfit, also was committing a fashion crime.
No wonder they have all this free time. They're divorced. Oh my god. You can't even be single. You have to get married and then get divorced to join the Hidden Ones.
Exactly. You understand. But yeah. We've got everything there. That's fine. Let's think about the bazaar now, and Al-Kar. Because as we're in this area, Al-Mansur, when he expels the merchants from the round city and forbids anyone from entering this innermost ring on Camelback, you have to just walk. When he expels them all, he expels them down to here and assigns a couple of folks in order to build markets along the canals and then charge people rent for their stalls depending on where they live. As obviously things get more kind of loosey-goosey built up around that, rents change accordingly, but the Al-Kar is said to be the great market district of Baghdad. So, these open markets, or these covered markets called souks, are both, right, you can get anything in the world in these markets, and so seeing people, get a friend to help you with that, jeez. And you'll have merchants selling everything, the live animals running around is really good. I want more, I want like chameleons. I want chameleons in cages in this market. Glazeries.
More exotic animals.
Exactly. Everything. Golden brasswork like this, we like. All of that adds up. Oh, good, we're entering the souk now. The other part of what Al-Kar is known for in this period, though, is being Shia. Al-Kar is said to be the safest place in the Abbasid world to be Shia. Certainly the safest place in Baghdad to be Shia. And the descendant of the 12 Imams, So the descendants of Ali ibn Abi Talib, who are the Shia community thinks are the rightful Khalifas, are often live in Al-Karh. Persian Bazaar, or the white for women, is reserved for divorcees or widows. For men, it was whatever. But for women, it turns out big divorced energy. Anyway, the Persian Bazaar, or Arabic souk, was a public market consisting of stalls of multiple covered and uncovered stalls. It was the beating heart of any Abbasid city. There one found both staples of everyday life and exotic delicacies, along with local merchants and travelers from faraway lands. Baghdad's Great Bazaar served as a permanent public space where men and women could gather, socialize, and purchase foods, materials, and other useful objects. In its galleries there find hard-working craftspeople like jewelers and shoemakers, but also goods brought from every corner of the empire by caravans. Market inspections were also a common sight to ensure product quality, the use of accurate scales, and the full payment of all Khalifa fees and customs. In general, markets were organized by product, each area dedicated to specific commodities. The most precious were sold in the Caesarea. In Baghdad, the most important of these were the Shahar Souk, the foremarkets, which are areas dedicated to the sale of horses, fine fabrics, and books. Addition for the one of sale of people into slavery. They acknowledge it. Hooray! The colorful stalls of vendors selling fabrics made it one of the most glamorous areas of the market, described as a marvel by many travelers. For the Baghdadis wealthy enough to acquire them, Indian muslin, Chinese silk, or embroidered cotton from Samarkand or Cordoba were readily available.
That's pretty cool. It's not only that they were there, it's that they were plentiful.
Exactly. The other thing I think that certainly more contemporary markets have, but I think I want to say is, I believe is true in this earlier period, regardless of historical reality, is food. So much food. Right? Little stalls in like every corner selling food, selling candied nuts, baklava, honeyed and candied rose petals and mango slices. And just, right, I want all of that, all the time. Dairy, like, dairy drinks related to like kefir or safab. And just all of that good stuff. And you can just fully get lost in these. Right? Street food. We really don't have any surviving archaeological evidence to suggest that, but insofar as the game is trying to portray a bit of a conglomerate of the Islamic world, I think later periods where we do start having that is a very good idea to include. I have a craving for baklava.
It's the kind of thing where it's like...
it's my greatest pride and joy is to provide that.
Yeah, like, putting food into a souk like this, if it's not period accurate, it's the kind of thing where if it's incorrect for the period, it's not dishonest.
Exactly.
Right?
And we've
because
seen
we're
plenty
basically
of
making
fruit
a choice on, like, possibly not. We can't really know for sure. Maybe we have evidence saying no, not until later, or at least we only start to have evidence saying yes later. But this is the case where it's like, it's not harmful to portray it like this, even if it is not ultimately correct. And that's a very important distinction of, like, incorrect versus deceptive.
Exactly. And the other thing that's going on, never had baklava as far as you know. You have missed God's gift to dessert culture.
It's good.
Like, find yourself a Persian grandmother, adopt one if you have to, and get them to make you baklava. A Turkish grandmother will also work in a pinch. Your local Syrian bakery will beat them all. Acceptable. I I accept this correction, as long as I get to taste test. As long as I get a taste test to determine this, I think we should host a competition to see who makes the best baklava.
Sorry, I'm writing copious notes for my inevitable realism review later this month.
Hell yeah. The texture is evil.
I keep coming back to the comparison with, like, Valhalla using Christian stave churches as pagan temples, where that is wrong and dishonest.
Yeah, I mean...
And that's the difference.
I mean, yes, but reconstructed actual pagan temples do share some features with Stavkirkar, and they need something to climb on. So, like, the filling it with ginormous skulls, I think, is the bigger problem.
Valid. We do have a research time redeemed by Raptora saying, may we have a glance at Jan Cookbook's dessert section?
Hell yeah. Hell yeah, you can. Chat, if you've just tuned in, I have... Oh. I open up random unwanted windows. But I also, in between the morning and the afternoon streams, managed to locate a copy of a translation of an actual 10th century Baghdadi cookbook. Which is extremely hype.
Yeah, let's take a second to acknowledge that's insane.
It was published by Brill in 2007, with translation by Nawal Nasrallah. And it feels very good.
Also, pardon me while I go refresh my tea. I'll be right back. Gotta
Go for
warm it up.
Okay. It may take a bit because I don't have a good way to actually locate this. Chat needs is it? Alright, chat needs is it. It's about $200 to get it yourself, so good luck. Chapters of the book, Immoral Practices of Eggs. Foods laden and alienating, dairy products, vegetables, spices, fruits, cold dishes, making sandwiches, dips and sauces, condiments, olives and pickles, seasonal fruits, food consumption according to the seasons of the year, foods that aid upset stomachs, physical activities, precautionary measures, cold poultry dishes, braised dishes, fresh fish, roasted fish, more seafood, cold dishes, fermented condiments, yogurt, wheat dishes, radish and turnip. We're in the vegetable section. Unripe grape dishes, beans, porridge, sumakiyat, sour milk stews, meat dishes with Radeau sauce, eggs, stuffed things. It just keeps going. We're at chapter 91 and we're still not at the... We're still not at the desserts. Making golden and translucent condensed puddings, thick and chewy. Making moist puddings with clarified butter. Making puddings of dates, apples, and carrots. Making puddings with walnut sugar and almonds. Making uncooked condensed puddings. Pastries with tallow, milk puddings. Almond and drenched. There it is. And Natif. I forgot about Natif. Chapter 104. Arabic nougat is just phenomenal. Okay, let's check chapter 99. Though, a lot of these sound like baklava adjacent. Right, making qatayef with sugar, almonds, walnuts, and pine nuts. That's, I mean, that's baklava adjacent, though it's not layered in the same way. Chapter 99. I don't know how far down chapter 99 is going to be, but it's going to be like way the heck down here. Nope, that's in the glossary. That's the appendix. Have we talked about the soundtrack to this game? We've acknowledged that it's good. We've not talked about it in much more detail than that. People and places in the appendix. Wow. This is a lot. This is a lot of people and places. Wow. Wow. Benefits of sleep. A regimen for sleeping. Commoners should share meals with their superiors. Proprieties observed when drinking. Chapter 131. Need to skip up a bit farther, huh? Fruit beverages. Sweet and sour apples, pound them, press out their juice. Mix 4 parts of apple juice with 1 part honey, which has been boiled and skimmed into its froth. Add... Wait, that slaps. Wait. Chat? It's October. It's spice cider season. Let me give you a recipe. Choose sweet and sour apples, pound them, and press out their juice. Mix 4 parts of the apple juice with 1 part of honey, which has been boiled and skimmed of its froth. Add all kinds of aromatic spices to the drink and empty it into a green-glazed jar. Drink as much of it as you wish whenever you need it. If aromatic spices include cinnamon, and nutmeg, and vanilla, and citrus peel, I feel like that's... Well, vanilla's New World. Well, fair enough. But, you know, replace it with spices of your choice. Did they beat us to the pumpkin spice? Incredible. Okay. Wait, no, I can't. I want every single one of these drinks inside of me at the same time. A recipe for pomegranate
I just
drink.
got back, and I just in time for a Boston pumpkin spice latte.
True. Pomegranate drink. Cook well together 9 parts of pomegranate juice and 1 part of honey. Stir into the liquid cooked grape wine made by boiling it down to 1/3 of its original amount. Shake the drink and empty it into a clean vessel, then dust with spices.
Sounds good.
Doesn't that sound like the best thing? And take as much as you like of unripe plums, remove the pits, pound them, press out their juice. Take this and 1 part honey which has been boiled down and skimmed. Cook them together under a slow fire until it becomes thick. Then you dilute that with water, so you're basically making a like spiced plum. What's its face?
I'm sending this to Max Miller.
Yeah.
This is insane.
Yeah. Peach drink, clear direct instructions that give you some amounts of what to add by giving them in ratio? True. We don't get that in... Oh, then medical drinks. Ooh, actually, a period one, made by Ford Al-Mutawakil. For apple meba, take unripe, sour apples, peel and core them, pound them, press out their juice. Take the juice and boil it to half its original amount. Let it cool down, strain it, set it aside overnight. For 2 parts of apple juice, add 1 part honey, and 1 part cooked grape wine. Piece of cloth, tie mastic, black cardamom, green cardamom, and
Mastic?
cassia. Yeah.
Oh, yo?
13.5 grams, so 3 mithqals, and add it to the pot. Cook the mixture until it has the consistency of thin honey. Add 1 mithqal, or 4.5 grams of saffron, 1¼ grams of cloves, 1 nutmeg, with the outer skin scraped off, 3 pieces of coretta plant, and about 5 grams of aloe wood. Empty the syrup into vessels, cover and tie the openings, let it stew for a month, and then you can use it.
That
It's
sounds so good.
Literally, I mean, that for being an invigorating medical syrup, that actually sounds sick. To drink it, take 1 ukeya of the syrup and dilute it in cold water. It's recommended for fainting fits and debility. It also strengthens the stomach with God's permission.
I know that's like probably a formulaic saying, but it makes sense to formulate it as, we're not saying this will fix you. If God wills it, he will let this fix you.
Exactly. It's so good. Caper,
but also, Master, not
drink.
only is thickener, but also it has a nice pine flavor in some circumstances, depending on how strong you get it.
Nice. Carrot drinks, caper drinks, another caper drink made with honey wine. We're still not at the desserts. Rapturus, I still haven't even made it to the desserts yet.
This rules.
Chewy sugar candy? Wait. Are you telling me that my beloved ginger chewies ooze are actually period attested? God, love it. Meads and raisin wines. Date wine. Ooh. Making cottage from camel's milk. Pour in a leather bottle, add raisins. Yep. 10 dirhams of black pepper, and then 3 grams of galangal. That sounds really good. Take 40 cups of cow's milk, put it in a vessel, stir in 10 pounds of refined honey, which has been reduced down. Pour the milk into a copper cauldron, add 15 grams of spikenard, 3 lumps of musks, and 5 dirhams or 15 grams of mastic. And then you sprinkle it with saffron at the end? Wait, chat. I need it.
Sounds good.
I am full yet I
That's going to create something pretty akin to like sahab. I guess if you... yeah, because the 10 pounds of refined honey is going to make it sweet. So that's going to make it like... You're going to need a lot of gift subs before I can do a cooking stream, yo.
Just the ingredient procurement is going to be complicated on its own.
Exactly. Making more wines. Someone get this man his gifts. God.
It's like that gif of T'Challa and get this man cooking stream.
Exactly. I don't have a big backyard garden. I don't have a backyard. I mean, before I can have a backyard garden, I need a backyard. True. Or better yet, Patreon.
What's that joke where it's like Steve Jobs and Bill Gates made their companies in their garage? What's your excuse? I don't have a garage.
True. We would almost certainly, if we ever try to do a cooking stream, I would almost certainly need to replace spikenard. There's no way in hell I'm getting access to that. That's tough. Ooh, ice water. Avoid drinking water first thing in the morning. Nor is it advisable to have it while having a meal, or even after having one until the upper part of the abdomen feels light. Meanwhile, one should drink just enough to abate feelings of thirst and no more. It's only when digesting food descends and the upper belly feels light that one can have his fill of water. And ice is bad for you. Don't over it because it's too cool. It's too cooling. It's going to make you bad. Okay, we're still like not even close on the right chapter. But soup.
Soups.
Chapter 102. Making crepes with sugar, almonds, walnuts, and pine nuts.
What?
A recipe for making crepe batter. Take 2 pounds of fine sifted samit flour, which is high in starch and bran-free. Also take 4 ounces of yeast, dissolve the yeast in water and remove any lumps. Add 9 grams of salt and 3 grams of baking borax. Both should be crushed and sifted. Add the dissolved yeast along with some water to the flour and knead the mixture until it becomes smooth and free of lumps. Consistency, it should be soft enough to the point where if you pour some of it on a marble, it'll spread out. Set aside the dough to ferment, put a mark for the height of the dough on whatever container you're using. The batter is done fermenting when puffs or rises about a finger's width above where you've marked it. Heat a clean marble slab on the fire. When it's hot, ladle the fermented batter, pour it onto the marble, the size is up to you. When it's done, take it away, examine the back. If it looks too brown, reduce the fire. After baking 5 pieces, clean your cooking area. When you're done, cover the crepes with a clean damp cloth for an hour, and then fill them whatever you want. This is a filling made for Harun al-Rashid himself. Made for the great Caliph of the Abbasid world, Harun al-Rashid. And this is a crepe he ate. Choose fresh ripe walnuts whose shells can be easily rubbed off, and peel off their thin skins. Chop walnuts chop them with a knife, the way you chop fresh herbs. Take a similar amount of white cane sugar, pound it, and mix it with the walnut. Sprinkle the mix with rose water, and then mix and bind the mixture with almond oil. Use the walnut mix to fill the crepes you made above. Let each piece be as small as a morsel. Arrange them on a platter in attractively organized layers and pour freshly extracted almond oil on them. Sprinkle powdered sugar over and between the layers. Boil the platter in a big white bowl filled with ice, and then present it to the Caliph. I mean, if you actually, unironically, if you replace that with honey, the cane sugar with honey, that's just baklava. Right? Thin layers of crepes with chopped walnuts in between them, covered in honey and almond oil, served slightly chilled. Right? That's just like a slightly chewier, more pastry, thicker pastry like baklava. Right? Oh, and then by the way, just as a heads up, this is Arabic literature. They seem to be using almond oil as their cooking oil. It's within the same universe of pastry nut things as baklava. By the way, also this is, as I'm saying, this is Islamic literature. So Abu al-Fath Mahmud ibn al-Hussein al-Khatib recited to me some verses of his own on Qatayif. I have friends for when hunger strikes Qatayif like piles of books stacked. They resemble honeycombs, with holes and white when closely seen, swimming in almond oil, disgorged after they've had their fill of it, with glistening bubbles back and forth, rosewater sways. Rolled in a line like the purest of arrows, their sight the smitten heart to rejoice. More delicious than they are is seeing them plundered, for man's joy lies in what is most hankered. Interesting, actually. It might be more like little, pruettes, little, cookie things, where you roll it up with, this paste in it. Right? So instead of with phyllo dough, you take the crepe and you roll it up and then you chop those into little, morsely bits. And then you make a, little pyramid of little pruette, walnut pruettes. That's also marvelous. Wait. Yeah, no, actually that's exactly what it is. If you roll them, you trim their edges with a knife so they'll all be the same shape and size. So yeah, that's actually little rolled bite-sized delicious rolls. And that explains why it's sugar and oil instead of with honey. Because if those are little bitey morsels with chopped edges instead of a big thick layer, you want that to be a slightly denser, less runny filling.
Forgive me for being quiet. I just sent the relevant screenshots for the apple cider and Caliph Harun's crepe over to Max.
Absolutely incredible. I can get you the entire PDF after stream.
Perfect.
Because this is freaking incredible. Chris... Cookies. I mean, cookies are good, but I want to see what's up here in Zalabiyat. sponge cake! Ah. And fritters? Wait, we've got latticed fritters, and we've got sponge cakes, and... Yeah, no. Literally, fry fritters, latticed, sponge cakes,
I remember
so many
seeing
things.
Max's recipe for Byzantine honey fritters. I don't know if it would have come from this direction or if it came from the Byzantines. I'm not up on my fritter history. I just know that it was also present in the Byzantine court.
Amazing. Oh, this is literally, like a mid-9th century, Al-Mutasim, is the caliph who moves the court to Samarra in the 830s. So this is another mid-9th century recipe, for an almond confection. Okay, take sheets made by pouring batter onto a large flat pan. Cover these sheets after they cool down so they stay malleable. Take equal parts of shelled pistachios and skinned almonds and finally grind them. Grind cane sugar, the amount of which should be equal to that of the nuts. Mix the sugar with nuts, sprinkle them with rose water, and a few cloves. In which a few cloves were steeped overnight. Add more sugar if you need to. Stuff the sheets with the nut filling, cut them into smaller pieces, and arrange them on a platter. Pour on them fresh almond oil, sprinkle powdered sugar on them, and in between the rows of their pieces. You can also perfume them with mastic and musk.
Astiha, let's go! Eastern Aegean rep.
Yeah! Also, if these are drenched... Okay, so drenched means that they have been, like, cured in almond oil. So, right, do the same thing, fill them with a nut mix, cut them into smaller pieces, then take a wide mouth jar, pack it with the pieces until it's almost full, pour on them the oil that you've extracted enough to drench them, and then you can seal that up, carry it with you, use it whenever you need it.
I'm looking at the almond butter question right now.
It's looking like they're using, it looks like they're pretty much using the oil instead of trying to congeal that into a form of butter.
The modern recipe is first dated to the 19th century, but forms of it have probably existed earlier.
Amazing. So, now that everyone's thoroughly hungry, Raptoros, are you satisfied on the fact that the, I don't know, Baklava verse is absolutely fantastic news for us?
This is the best 4,000 channel points I've ever seen spent.
True. These all sound amazing if only you weren't viscerally repulsed by dried fruit. A bunch of these didn't have dried fruit. So I've got good news for you on that front. Right, all those almond ones have no dried fruit in them.
Extended baklavas.
You do have a tuna pasta bake for lunch? Ooh, that's also very good. Now somehow, I am supposed to be able to unblock a thing by climbing on top of this. Somehow through here, there's a secret.
Wait, can we look at that map that's just posted up on the back wall?
Yeah. Yeah, we sure can.
That looks very similar to Al-Idrisi's map. It's not, but it is of similar compositional style.
I would agree. I'm guessing this is probably actually an Ottoman map, but as you can see, it's astronomical.
Yeah, it's astronomical, not, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Hello, Melissa Judge. It has been a while, but we are happy to see you. We've been meaning to do the, well, similar to Al-Biruni's work. Ooh, if you find a link, drop it and we can continue to get tangents.
Look at this space.
Look at all this stuff. It's so good. It's so good. But yeah, we've been meaning to do the Alibaba quest at the start of the stream 2 hours ago. So that's something. Don't worry about
Oh,
it.
let's work our way over there.
Exactly, we're close. But first, I think it's about time for us to actually pause very briefly and get for an ad break, because we like to do these like every hour-ish, so everyone can stand up, stretch, get refills on water, and not feel like they're missing out on any content. I believe self-care in long streams is very important, and trust me, this is a long stream. We've got a lot of time happening left. Because after we do the Alibaba quest, we're going to beeline over to the 3rd district of the game, Al Abasia, in order to take a look at the Beit al-Hikmah, the House of Wisdom, and ruining our ability to play the game because we're too distracted by the House of Wisdom.
Yeah, we gotta save that for the end.
So, if anyone's gonna head off, of course, have a good night, have tasty dinners. I'll be here for a while yet. I know other people will have to get going at various points, but we're gonna take a very quick ad break. We'll come back and catch up on chat just afterwards. So, do not go anywhere. We shall return. Alright, welcome back, everyone. Shoutouts, Chad, how much of that guard's dialogue were you hearing? Like, big middle manager energy. I respect it. I frankly deeply respect the attempt.
There, one of the Thaabin members. I should investigate.
Thank you, Basim. We're absolutely not going to investigate, but that's fine. So welcome back, everyone. If you're just tuning in, welcome. I and soon back from break, Blue, have been hanging out, talking about. I just got a sword drawn on me for no reason.
Not interested. Go.
I just got a sword pulled on me. Excuse me.
Be off.
You're going down!
Wait, actually, hang on. Please hold. Paused. We're gonna come back and we're gonna be in crisis mode. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. No, I agree. I'm not showing the game because I wasn't ready to show the game yet. The game forced my hand. So it's now on the pause menu, and when we walk in, we're gonna have a bad time. But welcome everyone. As I was trying to say, Blue and I are hanging out this afternoon playing AC Mirage. I've been playing AC Mirage all weekend long and have made very little progress because I've been distracted. Look, we did just spend 45 minutes wandering around the market while reading 10th century Baghdadi recipes. I regret nothing. So, if you have been enjoying this content, make sure you hit a follow to be notified for all the streams. I'll be streaming all day tomorrow as well, since in the US it is a holiday. And then we'll stream more of this as we need. But we do a wide variety of history games here at Lido History. So we're going to be doing everything from the Bronze Age collapse with Total War Pharaoh. We've done all the way things up to World War I earlier this year. All around the world, tons of history, tons of good stuff. If you like that, make sure you follow to be notified for it. And if you want to help support the channel, you can either subscribe or head over to patreon.com/LidoHistory in order to make that possible. Yeah, I think that's all I've got. It's been good fun so far. We were going to do the Alibaba quest, but we got distracted by Baklava, and frankly, I think my priorities are in order. Alright, let's get back into the game and open up straight into a murder mission, okay? Okay. Ready, chat? 3, a 2, a 1.
Watch your balance.
This shard brings me one step closer to uncovering the mysteries of the chamber.
Alright, murder mystery done. Let's get the heck out of here. Heck, I've got to go back this way. Oh no. Oh no.
Back.
Welcome back. You missed me having to stab a couple people. In fairness,
that's okay.
in fairness, they pushed me.
Okay, yeah, no, that's equal retribution.
It is Indigenous Peoples Day in the United States tomorrow, and that means I don't have to go to work. So, yeah, we're gonna be streaming all day tomorrow. It also means other much more important things, but as far as scheduling stuff goes, it means that I can stream all day tomorrow. Oop, hang on. And now I hear you that we're only 170 meters away from the quest, but there's a book that way.
Oh, I thought you were gonna go look at the fish.
I mean, we do have a whole section of fish dishes.
Also, someone mentioned earlier that they like how the water in the southern part of the city gets more polluted because it's more downstream, so anyone who's dumping anything, it will accumulate in the south. That's a really cool detail.
That's actually very fun. I do like that. I mean, yes, I understand that people may not be able to take time off, and I appreciate that. Of course, for any, right, we love all our VOD watchers, whether they are live viewers who miss part of the content, or people who just are always in the VODs. Like, you are seen. You are appreciated. Do not let anyone tell you otherwise.
I haven't seen enough of the city yet to really develop a
What do you see?
proper understanding of this, but have we seen much variety in the kind of mosque architecture in the city, or are we mostly looking at one design type that's repeated out?
There's usually, I think there's 3 design types that are getting repeated.
Okay. Because this one looks similar to one that we saw earlier when we were trying to save little BB Hytham.
Exactly. Yeah.
Go away.
Ow. My ankles. I mean, I do have business on the other side of the wall, but that's fine. Really? Really? I do not agree. I think that I should 100% be able to at least kind of climb that.
Honestly, I'm glad that Enkidu is not the most useful in this game, because the birds were super overpowered in the last 3 entries. It made going around not really, or it made going around on foot to scout things out not really viable, let alone useful. And it's just like, okay, just go around in your bird and tag everyone for like 5 minutes and then go play. As opposed to with this game, I mean, my experience so far is you're much more focused on actually using your eagle vision and engaging with the world as Basim, which is harder than using the eagle, which I like.
Agreed. Gotcha, so there's the book, there's the thing to steal, and then we're gonna do that. Hopefully it removes the bird entirely. I don't think that's ever gonna happen. I don't think they will ever be like, ah yes, let me remove the iconic bird from the Assassin's Creed thing. But also, yeah, right, we have signs of, like, actually training, an actual relationship, used in a way that makes sense for falconry.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, there is, I don't know, a distinction. And before I had to walk into a murder mission because someone pushed me, very gently, once, Enkidu had landed, and Basim was just kind of talking and petting Enkidu, and it was adorable. Anyway, let's see. Hey, don't worry about me.
Verified Frederick II moment.
Exactly. Alright, what do we get for Dervish? What do we get for Dervish? Come on. Come on.
Show us, show
What
us.
banger is it today? Location discovered Pomegranate Gate. And ivory chess piece.
Ooh.
A chess piece carved from ivory during the late first millennium in North Africa. Many of the oldest chess
wow.
pieces were discovered along the trail of the Silk Road.
Nice.
Hey, we're in the Souk al Falafa, the Tuesday market.
Nothing here for you.
What?
So this is a very, very old, like this is a pre-Islamic market that continues to be prominent all the way through. We're on the wrong side of the river. For the record, the one in the game is on the wrong side of the river. But yeah, the Souk al Falafa is, you know, a real thing.
What? Won't take long.
Yep, won't take long. My book. Thank you. And what have we got? What have we got? Come on. Suleiman Al-Tahrir, it looked like. Suleiman Al-Tajir, Accounts of China and India. This book records the stories of Al-Tajir's travels to India and China. Master Falad has said there are hidden ones even there. I would enjoy the chance to travel to the Far East and see how they live and learn about their ways. Al-Tajir claims that in India, there are men who carry beards of up to 3 cubits long.
Yeah.
Yeah! Yeah!
Carry is the operative word there. You don't have a beard 3 cubits long. You carry a beard 3 cubits long.
Exactly, but that's also coming out of, a wide body of classical... But this is an elaboration on a wide body of classical geographies, and received authority in the same commentary traditions that go all the way back to Aristotle and to other Greek texts. So, there's plenty of nonsense in Ibn Tajir's or Al-Tajir's the discussion, but at the same time,
it's also
another really
unfortunate that Basim's commentary is like, oh man, I'd love to go to the east one day. Actually, Basim goes west.
Ends up on the other side of the world. Terrible.
The market. Any respectable merchant knows that. If my father sees this.
Murjana, daughter of Ali Baba?
Who asks?
Oh, bye-bye, person.
Basim. We received your letter back at
Bye-bye,
the
other merchants. Glad you popped out of existence.
The hidden ones, yes. Well, if I waited any longer, camels would have sprouted wings on their humps. We can skip the prattle. Come, time is running, and so shall we.
Wait, where are we going?
To find my father.
Uh-oh.
Lead the way.
I prepared the horses.
Uh-oh. Case unveiled. Legendary merchant.
Yalla, yalla! How did you find us?
One hears many things in Baghdad. Especially when your father knows every trader in the city.
Well,
Ali Baba.
hang on. But why do people keep berating Basim for being late? Now, I sympathize with them, actually. We did get distracted for like 45 minutes talking about pastries. So no, I kind of get it.
They actually had 2 dialogue options. One of which is if you set the quest marker and then go there within like 10 minutes, and one of them is if you set the quest marker and then show up 3 hours later, the NPC is like, what the fuck?
Would not stop talking about him. I thought it a legend, a tale told to children.
My father has been involved with them. For thieves, they are
I know.
surprisingly skilled at trading.
Your father was meeting them on their territory.
A terrible idea. I have told him 1,000 times not to deal with the likes
Ooh, we
of
redeemed a
thieves.
gear change.
But my
Anything that
work-
doesn't have the toothy hood.
All right. You know. Problem solved. You said anything.
Me working with hidden
I was
ones
gonna
make
say, do
sure
we want
he
our
is
Prince of
safe.
Persia
You must love your father
bit?
if you hired the hidden one to play guard.
The initiate road
together.
slap, but
And I am the protector
this
of his
feels
caravans.
this feels
I have
appropriate.
responsibility for his
Yeah,
well-being.
I did.
And
I
the
was
total
looking at
works.
I was looking at the cosmetic
These things
shop
are not to be
when I
taken
was waiting for my
lightly.
game to install the
You are
other
my
day,
reserve should
and
I
I
need
saw
you.
like of course
plan
there's
is
the
simple.
the Prince of
We
Persia
keep watch
outfit,
from
there's
afar,
the
and should anything
the
happen,
Jin
follow my
outfit,
lead.
and then there's like the Fire Demon outfit, which I feel like is a Shaku Assassin's Creed Revelations reference, given like the whole headpiece and scarf combo he's got going on there. But I also saw one that was admittedly $10, which was Basim's Initiate robes, his Master Assassin robes, Roshan's robes, and Raihan's robes, all in black and gold. And I straight up am probably going to buy that because, god damn, those look so cool.
I mean, that is fashion crimes. That just a heads up. Black and gold means that you are fully usurping Khalifa dress, and that is fashion crimes, and you do get fined and then lashed and then stabbed about it. But
After having
kind of
killed
worth it.
the Khalifa himself, I feel like usurping his dress is the least of our sins.
You know, yeah.
I'm going to tear their limbs for rats.
Wait,
That's fair.
Morgana. We do not know what transpired yet.
If you find
Khalifa's
this letter,
temporary drip is forever.
if you find this letter, presume I have passed on. I've covered many of the secrets of the 40 Thieves, but not all. What knowledge I have gathered, I have recorded in my diary, secure
This
in
way.
my study. May Allah bless you. Okay.
I do not see my father.
The Prince of
There.
Persia
We
2008
need to get
outfit
down there now.
is
What
really
happened to
cool.
watching from afar?
The time for watching is over. My father's life is at stake. I'm going.
No, wait. I will take them.
Scarf that's
quietly.
longer than him.
We're
What a
on
look.
their grounds now.
True.
It pays to practice caution.
You're not one to waste time. I like that.
I'm really excited for the new Prince of Persia game, but we're getting off track.
I'm
I'm getting off track.
I am actually also excited. Like, did we ride by an ostrich on our way? I didn't see an ostrich, but I was not paying super close attention. So, non-zero chance. That was like everybody at once. Nailed it.
The guard is like, oh no, I'm being killed by Jake Gyllenhaal.
Exactly. Wait, am I not able to do this right away? I just have to be in knock combat. There we go. I have to press and hold. Target. Target. Launch.
I saw the focus ability is pretty cool. I saw a thing which was posted by the Altair Stealth YouTube channel, who does a lot of like cool gameplay and like high level stuff. Where it was a YouTube comment where it's like using assassin focus for stealth, no. Using assassin focus for movement, yes. And then he commented like, this guy gets it.
True. I don't think those are kills. Damn. Like, that's close, but that's not a kill. Oh, it is a kill. Okay. Never mind, we're good.
Oh, that's right. Projectiles do double damage headshots. Right.
Yeah. No.
Uh-oh.
Oh, that's a big hit. Okay.
Come on.
Oh.
And I really like the combat in this game. It has exactly as much presence as it should, which is not a lot. It is a less complicated system, arguably a worse system than in other games, but you are incentivized to not use it. And when you use it, it's fun enough. I like, light attack, heavy attack, parry and stuff rather than blocking, which is just boring. But
Morjana.
I like that it has a light presence.
Yes, I'm here.
Oh.
No!
Yeah, whereas Odyssey was just constant fighting. Yeah, Valhalla too.
Yeah.
I was watching a Game Maker's Toolkit video where he talked about in Mark of the Ninja, they had a very complicated combat system, but they scrapped it because they didn't want players to feel like you were supposed to use combat, so they pared it down to its absolute simplest mechanics. So that players are like, oh, okay, cool, this is like a last resort thing. I'm not really supposed to engage with this system if I can help it.
Agreed.
We must go.
Yes.
I'm just checking, making sure I don't happen to have a copy of Alibaba in my volume. Because I thought I had. This has Sinbad.
My father is to be buried and remembered the way it should be. Meet me at my home near the bazaar. I'll make payment for your services there.
Aww. I mean, could use some more prayers, but also that was very good. I want to quick pull up a copy of Alibaba, cause the advantage of all of our translations being from the 19th century is that they are now public domain. Huh, apparently I've looked into this before, because I have a JSTOR quick link of the Arabic, newly discovered Arabic, oh, that's from 1911. That explains it. I was like, a newly discovered Arabic text. I was like, how new is new? 1911.
Hot off the presses.
True. Okay, so this is the Richard Burton rendition of... it says translation, but let's take that with a grain of salt. Because, translation. In days of yore, there dwelt in a certain town of Persia two brothers one named Qasim and the other Ali Baba, but their fathers demised to divide the little wealth he had to them with equitable division, and it lost no time into wasting and spending it. The elder, however, presently took to himself a wife, the daughter of an opulent merchant, so that when his father-in-law fell to the mercy of the Almighty Allah, he became the owner of a large shop and a storehouse stocked with precious stuff. Likewise, much gold that was buried in the ground. Indeed. So, basically, to summarize, right, I can just give you the pit.edu page to read it for yourself. Well, come on. Well, but, basically, right, Alibaba is struggling and, is poor and needy, and he, serves basically as goes around scavenging, and selling, fuel stuffs, like just raw wood, firewood, kindling, where he can. He comes across a bunch of robbers and finds the place and open sesame, etc., etc. And he accidentally gets locked into this cave full of gold, and then manages to escape, and is good. Is good. Sadly, his brother, right, so he and his brother and his wife end up finding out, etc., etc. And, Kazum manages to open the door, but in his greed, by the will of the All Almighty, I've forgotten the Kabbalistic, what a strange translation, the magical words implying that open O Barley, whereupon the door refused to move. And Kazum gives up all hope and is unlucky. But the robbers come by and they manage to open it up. And Kazum gets murdered. It's terrible. Alibaba manages to eventually break back in and retrieve his brother's body, etc. And then further adventures happen from there. As you can see, it just kind of keeps happening. Right, there's a lot of stuff happening. So, alright. A lot of stuff happens, like stories just kind of keep happening. As you can see, I just keep scrolling and there just keeps being stories. There just keeps being stories. There keeps being stories. Etc. Etc. Luckily, Alibaba has a happy ending. The Frankenstein approach, exactly, right? Since this is a story meant to be told in several things, there's like basically 3 adventure arcs over it to be told over a few things. It's great. And also, yeah. The slave woman, who for some reason Richard Burden names Morgana. She becomes another wife to Alibaba and also lives in joy and happiness. So, right, basically the part everyone knows is just that there is the magic spot and other stuff. Oh good, a codex entry, the 1001 Nights. During a rich tradition of Indian and Persian literature, the Arabic collection of folktales, the 1001 Nights, first appeared in 9th century Baghdad. Despite its name, it originally included around 200 stories, which is the setting of the time, the races of Baghdad or Damascus, the Caliphate al-Rashid, or the life of a bazaar as a backdrop. At the center of the compilation is the famous frame story of Shahrazad, a brilliant young woman who volunteers to marry the king Shahryar. After his first wife cheated on him and broke his heart, the king reacted by marrying a new woman every night and having her executed in the morning, so no one could be unfaithful to him again. To save her life and that of the other women, each night Shahrazad tells the king a portion of the story, always ending with a cliffhanger, so that the king will have to spare her life another night. These stories take many forms, from child-friendly animal tales to highly erotic poems. Some only last a few paragraphs, others dozens of pages. They cover many topics and touch on many themes, among them justice and the unjust treatment Shahryar has inflicted on his wife. The theme of women acting to save lives by telling stories was a popular one. Pictures here are scenes from the Sinbad-nama, which the woman of the harem tells stories to save a young prince's life. The 1001 Nights was described with contempt by the 10th century bookseller Ibn al-Nadim, who considers his themes unfit for a cultivated audience. But his opinion was obviously not shared, as the compilation's popularity throughout Abbasid society helped it survive and spread to the entire empire and beyond. Storytellers and scribes from various cultures have added, subtracted, and altered individual stories ever since. Some of its most famous stories, Aladdin or Alibaba, were even as late as the 18th century. This long, cross-cultural evolution helps explain the universal appeal of the 1001 Nights. Extracts depicting various episodes of Muhammad ibn Ali Khatib al-Samarqandi's Sinbad-nama from the 16th century Turkey. So these are Ottoman. And also gorgeous. And it has a nub. Look at it. Look at the good nub. It's such a good read. Yeah, the Walters Art Museum actually has a very good Islamic collection. I don't have one nearby, huh? Well, Balthazar grumbles, let's go. Look at him. What a good camel. We named him Balthazar. And he grumbles a lot. Nailed it. Just squish the bandit, I'm sure it's fine. But yeah, it's... I appreciate, actually, something I super appreciate. Way out here in the wilderness in this DLC, like, pre-order bonus quest, I think it's illustrative of their quest design that they have a codex entry for it. Like, wait, that's actually super cool.
What do you mean?
So right, something I've talked about on other days, is that their creative vision seems to really value, sort of this educational component where they're at least, having these little tidbits of stuff, of educational material, saying, right, these are the stories, and these are where they're coming from, and let's try and, you know, at least partially engage with that. And if you compare it to AC Valhalla, right, the quest was very much not like that, right? They just do not have that information in the DLC quest.
Yeah.
Right, the Beowulf one. It just kind of exists. Right, the Beowulf one just kind of exists, despite also being a pre-order quest based on epic literature or famous literature of the period. Right? It... In turn, right, there's a certain... I don't want to say thoughtfulness too loudly, but right, it's like the educational thing, having these descriptions of the culture, is core to the experience of portraying the culture in a way that it was not in Valhalla.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Right, I have more thoughts on the narrative design, but we'll get there in a moment. We're also getting a monastery, but Dhimi, not Masjid.
Oh, look at this, yeah.
The term Dhima means obligation and was used in Abbasid times to refer to conquered people under a specific tax obligation to the government.
Yeah.
People of the Dhima, called Dhimis, were often descendants of Christians, Jews, Zoroastrians, and others whose communities came under the control of the Abbasid Empire. They made up a large part of the empire's population. Their status was justified by Quranic verses distinguishing between monotheistic non-Muslims and polytheistic pagans. The latter had to be converted, while the former were entitled to life, property, and freedom of religion in exchange for loyalty and tax. Tax receipts like this one were therefore important to prove their status. Many Dhimis played important and public roles in the empire. For example, Syrian Christians played a significant role in translation initiatives. The most famous translator of the time was Hunayn ibn Ishaq, an historian Christian physician. Having mastered Arabic, Syriac, Greek, and Persian, he translated more than 100 works specializing in medical and scientific texts. For this he was paid handsomely, as much as some provincial governors. Other Dhimis served the Abbasid caliphs as physicians, astronomers, tax collectors, and even wazirs. This policy was born out of self-interest. During the Islamic expansion of the 7th and 8th centuries, very few Muslims had the administrative know-how to ensure the continuous day-to-day management of the cities they were conquering, and letting their local elites keep some form of power facilitated their surrender immensely. During the Abbasid times, this still held true. When Khalif al-Mansur attempted to remove the Dhimis from the administration, he was soon compelled to return them to positions due to their expertise. Yes, this tax is also known as the jizya. bilingual tax receipt from the 7th century in Egypt. Held
Really
in
cool. That's
Österreichische Nachrichten.
Is that Greek?
Yeah. No.
Coptic, maybe?
I think it is Arabic. It's just a very early calligraphic Arabic.
But then what's the other language if it's bilingual?
Sorry. This lower one is Arabic, I should say. The top one, I don't know.
It's so light. It's really hard to read.
Yeah.
Oh no, that's got to be Greek because look at the
Oh, there's a mu. There's a very prominent mu right there.
Yeah, very bottom right, or I guess second row all the way on the right. There's a zeta, which has a very distinct long tail on the bottom.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's quite a few of those. Oh, and there's
Yep,
a theta.
Greek.
There's a theta being picked out right there.
Look at us go.
Look at us go.
This is a surprisingly high-res image for us to be able to do that.
God, I love. I mean, they got publication quality scans. Like these, getting this codex put together is not cheap. Just for the record, even with some of the stuff being Creative Commons licensed, getting publication quality images like what you would need for this is not cheap. And so the fact that we've got it is actually extremely cool, and is.
Come here. Go.
But I just want to visit the monastery. Please? Please?
I do want to point out that when we talk about like, oh yeah, you know, Islamic scholars translated, preserved, and updated and adapted, innovated on ancient Greek scholarship, Aristotle, and you know stuff like that. A lot of that would have begun with Demi, who spoke Greek, translating their works into Arabic, where then it could be translated again into other languages and used and interacted with from people in places like the House of Wisdom. Look at that cross, look at us go. So a lot of this this stuff that they're saying about the Demi, and like this was a practical consideration for when you are stepping into a suddenly huge geographic space and a huge population pool of people who do not necessarily speak your language and are not immediately part of your religion at first. It behooves you to be nice to people.
Yeah.
It's not just benevolence, it's also very heavy practicality as well. And we can see that in stuff like, you know, these bilingual receipts and having the benefit of people who know these languages still being able to do their things, the elites, the scholars, and the administrators.
It's super cool. There's just genuinely quite a lot to like here. And, you know, another peripheral, unclear to me whether it's the historian or if it's someone else, or if it's another, it's probably an historian, but it could be other monastic Christian communities. Until otherwise proven, I'm assuming that, like the other one, it is an Nestorian monastery, though, which we love. Alright, Magistressa. We'll be here, I'll be here for a hot while yet, so if you're around later, we'll see ya. If not, have a good night.
Real quick, I want to acknowledge that Ubisoft Bordeaux was founded in 2017.
Yeah.
Their first game was Might and Magic Chess Royale in 2020.
Yeah.
So they've been working on this game for 3 years. It is their first large game, and they fucking nailed it. So credit to UB Bordeaux.
Yeah, that's something that's, you know, across the board, I think true, right? Regardless of how much we like the end products, the dev teams at Ubisoft put in a bonkers amount of work, and really have put a lot of...
I never knew dealing with thieves could be so lucrative.
But yeah, there seems to be like big fans of the old games, and a creative vision that really likes, really kind of everyone was unified towards a single creative vision.
Was Bordeaux the only studio who worked on this? That can't be right.
You are a good daughter.
I was not the child he expected. I wanted to see the world, heed the call of the chase. Steel meeting steel, hearts into battle. For him, someone who enjoyed the simple, diplomatic life would be a better fit.
I am surprised.
Despite that, he loved me all the same. The only time we disagreed was due to his
Yeah, imagine what
dealings.
UB Bordeaux's gonna do next. Holy crap.
It can be difficult to resist the lure of coin, especially when you are accustomed to a certain way of life.
I thought that as well. But that was not the only reason. Look. I found drawings and notes among his belongings. They speak of a wondrous cave full of coin and jewels. He wrote about fulfilling my desire to see the world. Somehow, the 40 thieves were the key to this cave. There is still so much I did not know about my father. I could have helped him or figured out a plan.
Sometimes we keep secrets, especially from the ones we love most.
Aw. Yeah, I think getting back to the ziggurat.
I'm sorry,
Yeah.
Ziggurat?
There's a ziggurat
The
outside
mark
of...
of the thieves. They
Oh,
still
word.
live.
This means you have been targeted. Now they know where you are, and more will come until you lie still.
Is taking my father's life not enough?
Nope.
We shook them up. If we mark the other houses, I can intercept the thieves before more lives are lost.
I cannot let them touch my father's body.
I will
Silver strats.
Spooky. Wow.
would not.
Let's also take a second to appreciate that this game doesn't have dialogue choices. It's so much nicer when the cutscene just unfolds and people talk to each other like normal humans.
Yup.
Nothing can hide from us, Enkidu.
I think Yubi kind of shot themselves in the foot by not allowing for the Hidden Ones to exist before Ptolemaic Egypt. Well, gives them 2,000 years. I mean, like, yeah, it made Assassin's Creed Odyssey pretty stupid in context. But it did give them basically the entire first millennium to play with in the context of the Order of the Ancients and the Hidden Ones. So if you go before then, yeah, it's screwy. You can't do like an ancient Rome, but that's basically the whole Roman Empire. And even if we want to do like ancient Mesoamerica, that's, you know, almost all the stuff that we have from that is from AD. Most of the Mayan, you know, mega cities that we're most familiar with, like Teotihuacan, that's peaked like, you know, 100, 200 AD. So, yeah, it is restrictive, but honestly, not as bad as it could have been. Giving them like something for pre-Templars was probably the best thing they could have done. In some ways it was limiting, but in some ways it opened up an entire millennium to play with before you get to the First Crusade.
Yeah.
Now to wait somewhere above.
Get to a high ground? Okay. I love it. We're kind of trolling them just a little bit. Here, have 5 options. Pick one. But yeah. The ziggurat we may be going to later is actually a real place with a very not real cave underneath it. But it's the remains of a Kassite ziggurat that exists outside Baghdad. And so, hopefully, if we actually get to see it, that'll actually be genuinely cool. And in the meantime, we get this nice time-lapse.
How close is Baghdad to Ctesiphon?
Like 30 kilometers. It's not that far.
Yeah, it's not far.
Oh cool, now we got this little tiny estate space.
Oh. Oh, like, not at all. Yeah, it's so close.
Yeah. Heck, I am not in a good spot right here. I need to get up to this guy before he turns around. Ah, that's not close enough. Now. Really? That doesn't count as close? There we go. Don't mind
Basra
me.
is way south. I didn't realize it was that far down. Oh, Kuwait's tiny.
Yeah.
I mean, I knew that, but like... Oh, it's the same size as Qatar. Just looking at Google Maps now, anyway.
Yeah. I mean, there's plenty.
Hey!
Yeah, come over here.
I'll nail bits of you to every one of the city gates.
Come over here. We are sneaky. I love it. The call to prayer is a bit silly. Really? Really? Alright, let's try that again, this time with feeling.
Oh yeah, I can't hear the call to prayer because there's no, I don't have the audio.
Yeah.
Roman
there a
city
thing-
grid is preserved in the old city of Aleppo? Oh, well, let's investigate.
Heck, even a headshot doesn't kill that guy. Think I can shatter? No. I'll have to get above him. I can kill this guy by dropping on him, and then I can Assassin's Focus the other two. And then it's good. Oh, then there's one more guy just kind of hanging out. Okay.
I'm gonna be honest, I'm not seeing the grid here. The grids that I do see look very modern. Granted, I have no idea what I'm looking for.
Fair.
Anyway. West of the Citadel.
Interesting.
Okay, yeah, I see it, I see it.
Well, we had one little slip up into combat, but otherwise I think that was a good bit of assassinations.
Safe.
That was a good bit of assassinations. Good job, too. That's a no. Given the fact that this door is open.
Hey, use your training. Right. You will have
Rolled. Absolutely rolled.
Get you baited.
Counter is good in this game. Who could have guessed? I agree. This game has a lot of Assassin's Creed 1 vibes. And frankly, right, in terms of the pillars that they have said,
Thank you.
right, Arabic
danced
culture,
well and took the wind
AC1,
out of me.
and they're succeeding at both of those?
Your injuries are grave.
Yeah.
We have bigger concerns. I overheard them before they found me.
I
King of
wonder
Kings was the one who ordered my father's
how
execution.
hard it would
And
be.
now mine.
Answer is
What
extremely.
does he want with
But
you?
like, how hard it
Yes,
would
I
be
have
to
knowledge about this
port
cave of theirs.
a map from AC1 into the Mirage engine.
He also knows he will not have a moment's
Probably
peace with me alive.
impossible,
Yeah.
Will I, as long as he lives.
but
Father's
imagine.
blood is on my neck.
Then we must hunt him first.
No,
Yeah, Baz.
I will not ask you for more. I have yet to pay you for your services.
One of the
We-
trophies in
I
this
am
game is
not
to save up
fond
to
of
2007
leaving attacks
dirhams. That's cute.
unfinished. We can talk payment after this is over.
I will go with you.
No. Let me go on
Oh yeah, I
ahead.
forgot about the AC1 color
Lay
filter.
your father to rest. Then look for me.
Wait.
I will admit, when I
found
saw
this
that in the
amongst my
trailer, I
father's
was like,
things.
oh my god, this is so cool.
I mean,
That was when I was like, oh, this game's gonna rule.
Sim sim.
A watchword. It could be a key to what my father wanted to find. Their real hideout. The cave. Thank you, Hidden One. I will meet you there.
exactly. Let's turn on the Sasquatch filter and just be like, wow, this is worse.
Time to end your reign, King of Thieves. I will find you.
Slander.
I don't think it's slander, I think it's just a true sentence. Menu.
No, it is. You're right.
Those
I
are all
like it
actual
because it
options.
exists, but it doesn't look good.
Where, what thing is that actually under? Because that's all other HUD stuff. Graphics?
Would it be yeah, it's maybe graphics?
Nope. Screen? No, that's
let's
all.
see.
Iconic color filter. There we go.
Oh. Iconic, bold of them.
I will find you.
Yeah.
Oh god.
Yeah, that's bad. I mean, we can time-lapse this to see what it looks like when it's actually daytime. But I am willing to 100% be like, yeah, that's not... Hooray! Thank you. Thank you, updates. Let me find a seat. Let's skip to daytime. And be like, wow, this is still not good.
But it's iconic.
Okay, but like, the light in this game is actually extremely good. And
It is.
I don't
I don't prefer it, I just like that this exists.
Fair. Very, very fair. Where's a bench? Come on. Whenever you need a bench, they've all run away. Hidden. Apparently that's not the benchy enough bench for us. Oh, it's... never mind, we're good. It's becoming daytime.
Well, I think the problem with Mumble Mode in the Skywalker Saga is because the game was not designed with that in mind. The original LEGO Star Wars games were made for only physical comedy, so it made sense, whereas the newest one has a lot of dialogue. Admittedly, very funny dialogue, but it wasn't designed to work with Mumble Mode, even though they went through a lot of effort to put it in, which I'm sure people appreciated. It's not the same. It doesn't work for the new game.
Fair. Yeah, I'll be real. This is just putting the weird ochre blue filter on top of what's a very pretty game.
Yeah. Alright, I concede.
I'm sorry, like that's...
It does not look as good.
Oh, like, look at how good this looks in the morning light.
It's so much better.
It looks so much better!
Oh, it's so much.
Wow!
Oh, wow. Yeah, that's... Hey, I'm glad it exists. I'm glad it exists.
Fair, that's... Actually, what the heck is this investigation? Aren't I supposed to be tracking this one? Track. There we go. Oh, 1,000 meters away. Where the heck is it? Oh, back to here. Oh no.
Oh. Imagine an AC1 remake in this engine. That's what we all thought, but someone got a little confused with the screenshots. There's the, because there were the screenshots with Basim in his Initiate outfit with the blue, and then there were the screenshots with Basim in his Master outfit with the red, and someone clearly thought that that was Altair.
Yeah.
Which is where we got this rumor of they're using this engine to make an AC1 reboot. Or remake, I should say.
It is kind of odd that they have not. They really haven't looked at like the old games as an opportunity to make gazillions of dollars.
Yeah.
It's odd. When it like
It's like Nintendo. They love money, yet they hate money.
True.
Grant me strength.
Remember when AC Red's trailer baited us both so hard? Yeah. I wake up screaming in the middle of the night because of it. Oh god. I'm not gonna get over that. I was mad. My audio
well.
was very low on that stream, but I was screaming in the background.
Oh well. At least it's not Hexy. Which is
At
going to
least
be...
it's not. Which is, I don't know who I was talking to about it, where it's like, there's the Samurai game, which they've already lost. Ghost of Tsushima exists. Just quit. You've lost. And then there's Hexa, which like, no one's beaten you to that punch, but it's just, that's not a good idea. Assassin's Creed does not have the chops to handle that right from everything they've shown us so far. Maybe they'll surprise us. I don't think they will.
Great.
And then the phone game set in China, which was codenamed Jade, but now it's just Jade.
Yep. You know.
Because
how you protect your IPs. You codename them.
Yeah.
The same as your name. It's so small brain it becomes big brain again.
Let's also just take a second to acknowledge that the world design in Jade is absolutely horrible. Where they're doing, like, immediately post... Is it, like, just post-Han Dynasty? Post-Shin Dynasty? I think it was just post-Shin, right?
Yes.
But they have the Ming Dynasty era Great Wall 2,000 years ahead of schedule. Fine. Whatever.
Yeah. But, you know, I haven't actually played the end result, so I can't speak to the world design writ large. Just that particular idea is obviously... You gotta include it.
Yeah. That's like, just set the game later. You could have just set it later and have all these things that you... Oh, whatever.
Whatever.
Stop being mad.
Ooh. People who were asking about ostriches earlier. Ostriches. Hi, ostrich. How you doing? Hey. Hey.
Ooh,
no!
wow.
No, stop running away! No! Ah!
I can't believe they made chocobos into a real thing.
Truly. It sits.
I do like that. The game is like, you cannot throw knives at the ostriches.
I don't know that it would let me throw a knife at the ostrich. I'm just also not sure it would do anything.
Back to where it all began.
Indeed. Back to where it began. Well. Where it began is knife to the head.
We do not talk about the AC Chocobo. We fully do not.
And another knife to the head. Whoops. Well, that was bad.
That's fine. It's fine. You're fine.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure it was okay.
No,
I'll
you're
be-
fine. You're great.
I'm gonna be real. I'm not sure it's fine.
You're a champion. You're a
Okay.
winner.
Uh-huh.
You're strong.
Uh-huh.
You're great at throwing knives.
True. I am
Maybe
at least,
even too good.
I am at least one of those... Oh, heck, he's coming this way. I am at least one of those things. At least one of these guys is very good at walking away from, you know, his friends. Heck.
Yes, you.
Okay, okay.
Wait, what's... Von Thomas gets stuck. I'll call for help. Ah, come on. Is it my turn? Come, become.
Is there a flanking damage bonus?
Against armored units, yes.
Okay, cool.
Or rather, there's a
cool
non-flanking armor or damage reduction.
Yeah, got it, got it. Oh, I love the run kick assassination.
To be hard to find.
There's a lot animation-wise to like. Like, the animators for this team are extremely good.
Iftah ya simsim.
Yeah, big giant door.
Poor stiff neck.
Not a big rock in the, like in the
Oh
story.
wait, did you say the thing?
Yeah.
Okay, nice.
And he, succeeds. Let's go.
That worked. Even the Banu Musa would be impressed. Now to find the King of Thieves.
Ah, it's nighttime. Problem solving.
It's night?
Hey, look, if they're all asleep, it's easy to do.
Man's life is not a loose end. The king of these thieves shall pay.
Time to fight Aladdin's that way. Hold on. No, don't do that to us.
It emerges from the sheep. Oh, only the king would let us take a few swings.
Oh, that's quite a few. Never mind.
And it cost him no coin, too.
You are us. Most things come free.
So you let the girl live. I must have overestimated the lot of you.
I mean, to be fair, she did have an assassin helping her out. That's neither here nor there.
Nice.
It is nice, isn't it? Ah, he's not in the right spot for that. I also have smoke bombs that I could use, but we've not been using them so far.
Have mercy, Sahib. Please.
Yoink!
Wait, what?
The name of King of
yet?
Thieves.
Ha! I love it.
I will not fail.
Yeah, about that. You're gonna fail. I'm sorry.
Sorry you had to find out this way. Boom. Got him. Oof. Nice.
Well, they're all dead now. You're really not a fan of the one-hit kill throwing
I'm
this?
sorry, I took longer. He is...
I think
I like
they're
that you
okay.
have to get a headshot to make it one hit kill.
I'm also okay with it because with expanded ammo, I have 6 of them.
It was all just smoke and mirrors. Clever
Yeah, it's
tricks,
very hard to abuse.
illusions.
I mean,
He
in
had us all
AC1 and
fooled.
AC2,
Not
they
for
were
long.
like one hit kills. and you had
Blood
like
has been paid.
40 of them.
Exactly.
I thought I would feel lighter.
And this is our only ranged weapon, right?
Yeah. So
Yeah.
far, at least.
Here, payment for your services.
I do really like that
What
you can
will
throw
you
the
do
knives
now?
while in midair.
I will join a caravan
Yeah.
to Samarkand. When my father was alive, we saw many cities
Ooh.
and partook in the joys life had to
Acknowledging
offer.
other things.
Now he's
The hidden
dead.
gun, yep.
I have nothing to stay for.
Your father's wish for you came true in the end.
That it did. But not at a cost I desired. But I will go this road alone, and meet my father when it ends.
I wish you well, Morjana. I hope we find each other again someday.
You will find me, but I doubt I could find you, man of the shadow. Wada'an, hidden one.
Alright. Thus ends the pre-order quest. Which is actually...
Goodbye, Morjana. May Allah light your path.
I don't know. I expected much worse. Like,
Ooh, King of Thieves costume.
exactly, we got, I think, a new costume and a new sword. And... that lets us hang out if we want. And we can rob the place blind, because really, who's gonna stop us? Well, you know,
Dirhams for days.
yoink, more throwing knives. Yoink. More of these. Way more of these. Heal up. Dubious looking curry. And we get out of here.
Unsauced. Bro, sauce your curry.
True.
It's just meat and rice. Which can be good, but like... why deprive yourself?
Exactly. Clearly you can afford it. Quite clearly. So, exactly, right? I was expecting, Basim is Alibaba, like they did with Eivor is actually Beowulf. Just like inventing some sort of story beyond the, yeah, the thieves are in this hideout, which is controlled by a door that opens with the words "Open Sesame." And, other adventures happen. And they just went like, yeah, okay. That is the framing device. And what if Alibaba, instead of tricking them, basically, right, the only change they make from the story is like in the final act when the King of Thieves comes to, or the Captain of the Thieves, comes to assassinate Alibaba and his, enslaved concubine, who at that point he's not married to, but will marry, notices this and protects Alibaba. And he's like, wow, what a good woman. And it's all kind of weird. And more than slightly misogynistic. I mean, agency, but also agency framed as exceptional, and that the piety equals loyalty to the person who is enslaving you. It's kind of weird. And so they changed that to what if the King of Thieves wins? Right, what if he succeeds? And Basim happens to be witness to it. And that's like such a small change, like that doesn't... Exactly, if her name is Mirzana in the story, yeah, I think it is. I think that's, right, changing it to, Morgiana by Richard Burden is, just a weird choice. And I think Mirzana is correct, right? Yeah. So I actually like the changes they made to that story, and otherwise it's a relatively sober and truncated retelling of the story as it exists in the French collections of the 1001 Nights.
Yeah. Pretty solid choice.
I got nothing. Yeah. So, we're gonna throw to another ad break, and then during the ad break, we're gonna kind of switch tags. And Arcanus, are you around? It may be time. All right. So in the break, you have books. You're ready. We're gonna go check out the House of Wisdom. So I'm gonna throw to the ad break here. Blue, I'll leave it to you whether you feel like sticking around or if you've got to kind of get going. I know it's been about that 3-hour mark that you said you had.
Yeah, I'm gonna find myself some dinner, so I'll hop off here. But thank you so much. This was super duper fun.
All right, so we're going to switch guests in the interim, and when we come back, we're going to talk about Islamic magic.
Woo!
Ooh. Exactly. We got distracted by food history, now we're going to get distracted by magic history, and the main story is not happening.
Love it.
Amazing. So
that's a Monday problem.
That is Monday's problem. We're still not going to happen on Monday. I'm sure I will get distracted. Anyway, thank you, Blue, for joining, hanging out. Everyone else, please don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a couple of minutes with more guests, more history content, and the world's largest library. So, yeah. We'll give you the quest nails, and I will see you all again very soon.
Bye.
Alright, welcome back, everyone. Hope you enjoyed that ad break. As I said right before break, we are moving from thinking about folklore and Alibaba and getting distracted by food into talking about magic. So we are going to run over to the House of Wisdom, and we're going to take a look at the largest library in the world and talk about the weird books that are sorted in. There's the normal books like what we've been collecting, but there's also the weird books. I am not an expert in that though. Luckily, we're happy to have someone in our community who is much more of an expert. So, would you like to introduce yourself?
Hello, some of you may know me as Arcanist. I have been a little active on the Discord server these last couple of months, and in the chat these past couple of days. In my official work, which I publish online, my name and my actual name is Nicholas Vincentin. I don't work in education, but my background is in education, English, and anthropology. And I do extensive hobbyist research into the history of magic in the Western world and the Mediterranean. Haven't quite broken over into India, China, and Japan yet, but I have people who have promised me very exciting books.
Amazing. Also, everyone, just so you know, Nicholas published an expansion for Mage Awakening, the Paradox-owned system, on medieval Cordovan magic. So, the Umayyad Caliphate in the 10th century and its magical traditions, which you can find on DriveThruRPG. Alright, what do you say we hop straight back into it and take a look and just make an absolute beeline for the House of Wisdom?
We'll see if we don't get too distracted along the way. I'm very excited.
Now, I already warped over to the right part of town, which we've already 100%ed, and we just have to get to here. Well, that's an investigation, which is fine. It's good. That wasn't what I wanted, though. Map again. With our lovely isometric view. We just have to get to the big giant building. There's only, let's see. 1 historical site, 2 historical sites, 3 historical sites, 4 historical sites on the direct road to it. So,
they're relevant. They'll be relevant. I'm sure we'll have plenty to talk about.
Alright. I also actually want to swing by a trader on the way, because one of the things you expressed some excitement about yesterday is the talismans that we can buy and pick up throughout the game. And I want to see... Right, the one we've got right now is the Lion's Talisman. Oh, also, we should totally wear this different... Oh, well, I actually don't like that outfit. That's way... That's, like, shockingly bare bones and uninteresting. Oh well. We have 2 talismans right now. Right, we have the Lion's Head Talisman, evokes the legend of Rostam, the heroic figure from Persian mythology, and the Shahnameh. And we have an Apprentice Talisman for the Hidden Ones.
Yeah, so that's about the right size and material for a talisman of this period. Obviously, the images are not. The images tend to be a lot more specific. They are described in the Picatrix. Let me see if I can pull up a description here. I'm using Hashem Atala's 2002 translation. Dr. Liana Saif is working on one for English the moment, which is very exciting. But the general gist of it is that talismans are very specific kind of magical object. They're typically engraved metal circles, discs that have to be made at a specific time under the auspices of specific planets and astrological symbols, following Al-Kindi's principle of radiances as a transitive medium, which is a lot of words to basically say that they thought about the starlight as if it was heat, as if it was convection, which isn't exactly wrong.
Oh,
it's not right, but it's not wrong.
I kind of like that. Wait.
Yeah. That's close. It's the sort of thing, like, you would use precious stones in talismans, but again, these are very specific images, which I am currently looking for. So, okay, this chapter has just what the different talismans made in specific houses are for. Oh, here we go. So, for example, a talisman for 2 lovers to get together and have a long-lasting relationship is made when the ascendant planet is in the hour of Jupiter, and the star Al-Ras and the moon are together with Venus, conjunctive or facing them when the sign of Al-Sabai is connected to the ascendant in a triangular or hexagonal form. You make 2 talismans of this type, and you bury them side by side in a location associated with love, which, as per the book's semiotic connections, is... Scroll ahead to Venus. Gardens or entertaining spaces is associated with Venus, and therefore romance.
Well,
so you would make these 2. Yeah, so you would make these 2 talismans at very specific times, and then bury them in a specific place. And the combination of radiances and semiotic connections in the natural qualities would combine to produce the magical effect by a medium similar to magnetism or heat.
Amazing. I actually really, really like that.
It's a very complicated mechanism in terms of what they're imagining.
Yeah, they're imagining something that right, and makes so much sense, has, I think, a lot of continuity with traditions I'm more familiar with, of various, I guess, not demonological, but miraculous or Marvel's traditions. So wonder traditions in the Latin West of, these eminences up and down the Aristotelian chain of being. So anyone who doesn't know, right, Aristotle, I think, right? Correct me if I'm wrong about that.
Aristotle. Aristotle, and then the Neoplatonics, and then the Neoplatonists after him, especially Proclus.
Yeah, but they basically assign, right, all the way from the basic elements, all the way up to the heavens, and all the way back down. And everything resonates with everything else. And so you can, by doing actions with writings or materials or other things associated with a specific resonance, you can cause emanations up and down that result in desired effects. And that's... It's super complicated, and I love it dearly.
What you see a lot in Islamic magic of this period is they're working with Greek Neoplatonism, but they're trying to integrate also Vedic astrology. Oh, there's that same. That is Al-Biruni. Yes, that's the diagram at the top right there. That's Al-Biruni's diagram of how an eclipse works.
Oh, hell, it totally is. Wait.
Which infamously saw use in The Last Jedi as a sacred Jedi text of the phases of the moons of Mortis. They didn't even change the text. They kept Al-Biruni's notation completely unaltered.
That's absolutely incredible.
It's this exact image. Now, I'm not very familiar with the book it came from, so I'm not sure if the rest of this page is also from Al-Biruni or if it's also his. But I wouldn't be surprised if it is. And the diagram they're working with there is really similar to what's the word for it? An astrolabe. A movable calculator device for showing the position of stars and planets according to their rotation, which were, of course, vital to the practice of both astrology as well as prayer. Most people had basic astronomical knowledge in the Islamic world so that they could figure out which direction Mecca was in.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why astrology was so popular as a popular form of magic. And for other reasons, which we'll get into after you read this.
Amazing. Because this is about as relevant as we can get, which we love to see. It is said that if you are ever lost in the desert, looking at the stars will help steer your way to safety. Like their Umayyad predecessors, the Abbasid Caliphs certainly believed in the usefulness of stargazing and funded the construction of many observatories and the translation of many Greek, Indian, and Persian astronomical works. One of the most important Arabic works of astronomy from this period was the 10th century Treatise on the Fixed Stars, a commentary on Ptolemy's Almagest of Abd ar-Rahman al-Sufi, 903 to 986. Illustrated with depictions of stars and constellations known from classical antiquity, it was widely copied and used for centuries after. Al-Sufi is credited as the first astronomer on record to have observed the Andromeda galaxy. Abbasid astronomers were not only interested in the science of astronomy, they were also interested in its practical applications, especially astrology, the art of determining auspicious days for activities. For instance, Al-Mansur sought the help of astrologers in choosing where and when to build Baghdad. Attempting to decipher the future in such a way required an extensive understanding of the movements of the heavenly bodies. Time-consuming observations and elaborate calculations were needed to create astronomical tables that describe the precise positions of the Moon, Sun, and 5 known planets: Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter, and Saturn. Special events such as floods and invasions were noted next to them and could be used to suggest causality between the stars and human life. Astronomy is therefore seen as a tool for astrology, but could also be used on its own for calculating prayer times or land surveying. Whatever their final objective, Abbasid-era astronomers contributed enormously to astronomical knowledge and were responsible for the discovery of many stars, Altair and Aldebaran, and the coinage of many astronomical terms azimuth and nadir that are still in use today. And this is a 15th century copy of Al-Sufi's treatise held in the Metropolitan Museum of Art. Yeah.
Cool. So this is actually one of the cool things about Islamic divination, in astrological divination in particular, is that it's not, how to put this, so Roman astrology is very oracular. It focuses on the signs of gods moving through the world, the noumena, right?
Yeah.
Islamic divination isn't that. What they are looking for isn't a presage of the future. What we translate as sign or omen, they would translate more like symptom or indicator. So things could be either potential or impossible. And all possible qualities are either necessary, fated, or possible, a thing that might happen. So if two people are arguing about if it's rain tomorrow and one's positive it will happen, it's destined, it's a necessity, and the other is positive it won't, an impossibility, but until the next day, they do not know which one of them is correct or not. And so the skill comes in the ability to read the symptoms. So guessing the sex of a baby based off a pregnant woman's physical responses to the pregnancy was considered a form of divination in the same way.
Amazing. All right. And yes, we did wander into someone's observatory. Let me pull up another codex entry. We are actually, I think, in Al-Mamun's observatory, if I had to guess, because he funded a very big one right next to the House of Wisdom in the mid-830s. So, I'm guessing that this is that one, which is the largest observatory in the Islamic world in this period. So, you admit it's a little amusing, but because entry called it Ptolemy's Almagest, since you remember correctly, Almagest derives from the Arabic name for the work. It absolutely does. Not the Greek one. Anyway, astronomical instruments. Long before the invention of the telescope, ancient civilizations developed ways to chart the heavens. Building on their knowledge, Abbas astronomers improved their methods and created instruments we still use today. The most important, and perhaps the most long-lived, was the astrolabe. It was created in the 3rd century BC by Greek astronomers as a way to hold the universe in the palm of your hand. An astrolabe is indeed an engraved circle representing the stars rotating, in the Copernican geocentric thinking of the time, around the Earth. A circle in the middle of an astrolabe represents the user, set on a line that represents the horizon. Various points indicate known stars. From the 8th century onward, Abbasid astronomers improved the astrolabe, including Al-Khwarizmi, by adding elements for deciphering the date and hour of the day, or other engraved discs pointing to stars that could be seen at different latitudes. This apparatus had many uses, determining the time of the rising and setting of the sun and stars, calculating the height of buildings or length of river crossings, and finding prayer time of the direction of Mecca. Abbasid astronomers found hundreds, if not thousands, of different ways to use this handy instrument. This is a period example from North Africa, from the Khaliliya collections. And Katana 1988, hey, how are you doing? We're doing super well. Right, we've been playing AC Mirage all weekend. I've been talking a lot. My throat is wearing out, but I don't care because this game rules and is absolutely worth the time. Also our drip. Sorry, I want to get distracted. I changed back to the teeth.
Oh, we changed dyes. Oh my goodness.
I changed back to the teeth outfit because we had to dye for it, and the teeth outfit gave us the drip. Look at that blue twill with like blue-gray waft patterning. Yeah,
that's really nice.
It's that's genuinely beautiful.
That's odd. Where's my coin purse?
Don't worry about it. Oh, dang it, I need to go back up to grab the viewpoint. And of course, I can't go over the spiked railings. Ow.
Taking the long way.
Yup. Here we go. We can head around this side and should be okay. Heck. Here. Up.
As they mentioned, the astrology was actually quite important in setting the design and the timing of Baghdad's construction. But also, very famously, around this period, maybe a little earlier, because it involves Al-Kindi and Abu Bashar, it's actually quite funny. So those two had a absurd rivalry about who was the better astrologer.
Yeah.
Al-Kindi was so deep as a primarily a mathematician, but also an optician. He was just so deeply personally offended that Abu Mashar was thought of as the better astrologer because he didn't think math was necessary in it. He did not think math was necessary for calculating the passage of the planets and stars. But Abu Mashar in the period was broadly considered the better astrologer to the point of claiming to have been imprisoned because a prediction he made of an event involving the Khalif went out in a direction that Khalif personally did not like, but that Abu Mashar predicted it would. So he got thrown in jail for a little bit. And this offended Al-Hindi deeply, and
That's
they had
funny.
a long rivalry until eventually Abu Mashar admitted, after long hours of debate in this building, that math was important to astronomy, actually.
Dang. And I do not forgive him because I would totally do astronomy if it had no math.
So much math. So much math and physics.
By the way, could you put their names in chat? Just since,
course.
you know, Arabic transliterations. 4 meters away, so like sitting on the thing here? Hello? Where is this book? 6 meters? 5 meters? 4 meters? It's 1 more floor down. Or 1 more floor up? No. No.
Oh, there was so much scholardom. There is so much. You must understand, my awareness of this period is incredibly, and most of history is very esoteric. The more exoteric things get, the less well I know it. If you want to know extremely obscure things, and also the history of magic, I am your guy. But I will also go, oh wow, this well-known thing that was happening at the time was also happening? Neat, I didn't know that, while I am here thinking that everyone knows about novel developments in Solomonic sorcery.
Well, we love that. This game seems to also not particularly care about, you know, the relatively well-known political events of the time.
No.
So we are in good company.
It's not very concerned.
We are in very good company about that.
What have we got here? What are you working on?
Looks like it's
this looks like a... This is another Al-Biruni, but it's Persian this time, I think.
Nice. It's also got actually relatively... Actually, a good world map for one of my personal things that I've been worried about. Because there's often an assumption, I find, that like, oh, Arabic scholars were so much better cartographers and so much better at mapping the world than European scholars of the same time. And this one's great, because this is kind of a stinker of a world map. Like, there's the Arabian Peninsula in the center.
Mm-hmm. Of course.
I dare you to find anything else of, like, identifiable?
Well, if that's the Arabic Peninsula, I think big body of water with a island in it to the left is Mediterranean, but I'm not sure how.
Not the one to the left. The one to the left is not. The one to the right here. This is actually going to kind of conjoin into the Mediterranean because, you know, as I said, a real stinker of a map. So
that is oriented not the direction I thought it was.
South should be up. If I'm reading this correctly. Actually, am I wrong about? Is that supposed to be Turkey here, and then that's the Black Sea, and that's the nub? That's totally it. So I was wrong. This is not Arabia. This is Turkey. This is the Anatolian Peninsula, and
so this must
Greece.
be an Ottoman. This must be an Ottoman Al-Biruni then, not a.
Yeah, potentially, or it's copying Ptolemy, and Ptolemy's map puts well, Delos, but then later Jerusalem at the center of the world.
Yeah.
So, but that means that nub is Greece, and that nub is Italy.
Of course, how could I have missed it?
Of course, how could we possibly mistake that for anybody else? But right, that's a real stinker of a world map. And, I mean, the point is, of course, accuracy in the modern cartographical sense is just fully not the point. And so we should not be concerned too much about making it the idea that, Islamic and European scholars are, I don't know, competing with each other to make the most accurate maps. It takes until the 12th century for that to start, for Islamic maps to start really caring about borders and accuracy with Al Idrisi and commentaries thereafter on the Tabula Rogeriana. In this period, they just kind of vibe out and enjoy it. And they are working in such a shared tradition of this TO world map. Oh, now, the game committed a history sin.
It's the same map, but oriented differently.
They committed the mirror vertically. No, mirror horizontally. Effect onto the map. Yes, our boy. In our inventory, we just got Al-Jabr by Al-Khwarizmi. Alright, Wolfie, have a good night.
Oh boy.
Oh boy. This man, Al-Khwarizmi, is some sort of mathematical visionary, and met him briefly when I was young and snuck into the House of Wisdom. You also know him. This game does something super weird.
I'm a little worried. I'm almost a little worried now that Al-Khwarizmi is going to not be one of the Banu Musa in this game. I'm almost worried.
That's what I'm feeling like. Right?
Yeah, it would be a really weird fumble at this point, but it's starting to feel that way, and that feels weird.
They've unless if I have been like deeply wrong this whole time, they've dropped multiple hints that suggest that they think Al-Khwarizmi is not one of the Banu Musa.
Yeah.
Like,
I am confused.
I need to double check this because I am so bizarrely confused. Muhammad ibn Musa al-Khwarizmi. Right?
Yeah, as far as I know.
Oh. Yeah. Abu Ja'far Muhammad ibn Musa al-Khwarizmi.
Huh. Well, we're gonna find out what that's about eventually.
Al-Khwarizmi and his colleagues... Okay, so like the St. Andrews mathematics history department, in their biography of him, says Al-Khwarizmi and his colleagues, the Banu Musa. What the heck? But they are...
Perhaps we have stumbled upon obscure mathematical history debate. But
yeah.
that would seem odd.
Okay, it does seem to... Right, multiple sources here are seeming to suggest that... like... Okay, yeah, it does seem to suggest that there are two of them that just happen to have the same name. Right, that Ja'far Muhammad ibn Musa is one of the Banu Musa, and also Al-Khwarizmi. So I think I got by Arabic names.
And nicknames again!
Not even nicknames! They have the same first name, the same patronymic.
Oh! No, I feel you. I feel your pain.
I may have gotten baited this whole time. But yes, I feel like this has gotten out of hand, and now there are two of them. But no, they're saying that there's a Muhammad ibn Musa who dies in 850, and there's a Muhammad ibn Musa who dies in 871. And the one who dies in 871 is ours. And Al-Khwarizmi is the earlier one. So yes, Boy Watcher, the two apparently do have the same name.
This is not uncommon. When
this
you
is
are
not actually
studying
uncommon.
Arabic history.
This is not actually uncommon, but that is... I'm not even going to take that as an L on my part, because I think they just needed to get... Like, one of them had to change. They both walked into work wearing the same thing, and one of them's got to change. Duly noted, though. I will, at the start of tomorrow's morning's one, repeat that correction. Because... yeah. But that has a few important parts of how to work on the same thing is hilarious. That's... I mean, that's actually delightful. If you had a nickel for every time someone named Abu Jafar Muhammad ibn Musa was important for Islamic or Islamic sciences, you'd have 2 nickels, which isn't a lot, but it's weird it happened twice.
I would also like that to be true if they realize the humor in it and had jokes about it with each other. That would be nice.
I agree. Let's see what they say about... why is it in the... oh, it's in the...
We're going into the actual library?
I'm going into the actual library.
Oh my.
Oh my. Okay, the scientific method. We'll look at we'll get distracted by the things in just a moment. But since we'll never stop talking about the things, let's do some more reading. Hey, they mention a guy. The Abbasid period was characterized by important achievements that profoundly shaped the pursuit of scientific knowledge. One of the most compelling is the merge of what we think of today as the scientific method, culture checking the results and data of other intellectuals, whether they were contemporary or figures from antiquity. Tools such as mortar or alembic were crucial in this activity. Scholars of the time were competing for Caliphal patronage and funds. They therefore needed new ways to acquire knowledge and justify their discoveries. This stimulated their thirst for translated works or science from historical or foreign authors. Checking the astronomical calculations or mathematical proofs of these famous scientists, and if possible improving upon them or even proving them wrong, was a great way to make oneself known. Scholars working in the House of Wisdom therefore feverishly tested and commented on the results of their predecessors and rivals. They replicated experiments and tried to improve their methods. When their results differ from their peers, they try to explain why and push their investigation further. They tend to calculate the Earth's circumference through reproduction of ancient Greek experiment by Ptolemy, by a team of mathematicians including Al-Khwarizmi, and the results made the improvements on this team's methods and results made by Al-Biruni are the best examples of the implementation of this system of early peer review. Hooray. Anyway, ostrich and elephant anatomy.
Yeah, no, they're the strides into early anatomy and evolutionary biology in the Islamic world in this period was incredible. I have heard rumors, though no one's been able to provide an actual source for me on this, but supposedly the House of Wisdom managed to figure out that humans were a bipedal ape native to East Africa.
That sounds... I mean, that's just...
sounds outrageous. It sounds outrageous, which is why... but supposedly, I'm still trying to find a source on that.
I mean, it's just crazy enough to be true, right? Right?
It's just crazy enough to be true. It's the sort of thing that they did here.
And God, just by the way, this table, I don't have words. I just like this table.
It's a really pretty table.
That's a really pretty table.
Very beautiful example of the geometric artwork of your
Yeah.
Or well, of the culture. I'm not sure if you had the discussion yesterday about how there's a strong continuity of art culture, so I can't say with confidence it's from the period.
We have really good examples of this bevel geometric design in architecture from Samara, which is from this period, so I think we can speak with at least medium confidence that at least sort of the bevel geometric design on walls, like what we see there, is absolutely period. Whether that shows up in other visual arts is not as... I don't think we have a deep enough, or quite deep enough record, but it's at least 100% plausible.
Absolutely. So, and to expand on what you were saying, Void, soon after this period, there's a bit of a backlash against the, I don't want to say progressivism, but there was a bit of a sidelining of extreme conservative jurist theory in this period. And after the succession crisis gets sorted out, there's a very strong pushback against the former expansion of the House of Wisdom and more liberal philosophies of jurist philosophy and theory, as well as more broad-span scientific expansion. So a lot of researchers ended up fleeing to Spain after this, and that sort of ended up with there being a very, very, very large library in Cordoba in the following century.
Yeah.
Which became a enormous hotspot because, like, the House of Wisdom is doing a lot of incredible things here, but the expansions upon it in Spain were truly revolutionary to the point that they low-key became heresies in the high medieval Catholic Church.
Yeah.
Radical Averroism is in regards to I forget which philosopher, Ibn Rushd, of course, who somehow gets the name Averroes from how his name was Latinized. I don't know how you get Averroes out of Ibn Rushd, but. And there's Caliphal guards in the library. I don't know why.
Don't worry about it. They did not get blood on the books, and therefore I don't care.
Yeah. But Ibn Rushd was a massive encyclopedist person, so compiling tons and tons and tons of work in the period, as well as a medical innovator himself. And his translations of his work into the European vernaculars by the Toledo School of Translators became the source of a radical Catholic heresy, which they knew as radical Averroism, adherence to the teachings of Averroes, which they just used for everything coming out of Spain. It didn't matter if it was actually Ibn Rushd or not. Maimonides also got labeled as Averroist.
That's hilarious.
As well as who even knows how many scholars. So eventually, a lot of Andalusian manuscripts ended up getting labeled under whatever philosopher, classical philosopher they were of the school of, to throw off suspicion. So you would get Arabic works labeled Aristotle, Ptolemy, or who else? Plato. Plato was another popular one. So you would get Ptolemy, Plato, Aristotle, and you would read them. People go, sounds like Plato, Aristotle, and Ptolemy. But it would actually be Arabic expansions on Aristotle, Ptolemy, and Plato, which is just very funny.
Yeah. I love that.
Oh yeah, no, the Paris faculty, the Sorbonne was very angry about Averroism, but the Paris faculty at the Sorbonne also had sorcery on the graduate studies curriculum until the 1260s, so they had bigger problems.
Well, I mean, yeah, that's not a good way to end up in the 13th century papal good books. Given, you know,
very,
they just
fun for the rest of us, though.
Exactly. They just went through not that long previously a problem of a pope being declared a sorcerer and a heretic. So they were
also for getting educated in Spain.
True. Turns out match made in somewhere. We think heaven. They did not think heaven.
They did not think heaven.
Amazing.
To a degree, yeah, it's a little hard to tell commentaries on earlier works from the works themselves, especially if they're fragmentary.
Yeah. Kind of just a problem you gotta deal with. But yeah, I want to pivot a little bit just wider and just like the House of Wisdom. And because the thing we've not seen in the Codex entries yet, weirdly enough, is okay. Where's this bloody Like, one, where is this codex entry? And two, the thing we've not seen that I actually expected us to is just an intro to the House of Wisdom.
Yeah, they haven't actually explained it yet.
Yeah.
Maybe that's a story cutscene.
Maybe. But yeah, basically, right, the words House of Wisdom in Arabic, Beit al-Hikmah, are a sort of by name, or a euphemistic way to just say a library, right? So there is actually several places called the Beit al-Hikmah, and the big one is here in Baghdad, right? That is the original, founded by Harun al-Rashid, and then expanded dramatically by al-Mamun. But there's also big ones in Tunisia, in Cairo, and in Cordova slightly later.
It unfortunately burned when the city fell in 1013.
Unlucky.
Cordoba was having a bad decade.
True.
The person who took Cordoba in 1213 also decided, because he was really annoyed with the whole succession crisis thing, to execute half the civilian population. Cordoba was one of the largest cities in the world at the time, with 500,000 people, so that is not accounting for people who died in the siege itself. That's about 250,000 people dead for the course of a day.
Yeah, that's not great.
It was a bad day. And then, not even a year later, the rest of Cordoba's Jewish community got expelled from the city for the first time in what would be multiple times over the next couple centuries.
Yeah, that checks out.
Before that, it was much better. Hasta ibn Shafut was a Jewish doctor who became very good friends with Abd al-Rahman III due to being his personal physician, and ended up his unofficial wazir by being his foreign relations fellow, and he leveraged that political advantage with the Byzantines to improve life for Jewish people in the Byzantine Empire, and also to engage in diplomatic relations with the Khazars.
Amazing. And Kokio, by the way, thank you for the very tiny cheer. 3 bits, but hello. So wait, why did half of all civilians get executed again?
No reason in particular. The guy just felt a need to send a message about the. Okay, so some in context. Cordoba had, for a brief period of time, a couple of decades, a beautiful, well-functioning government. Hasta ibn Shafut and Abd al-Rahman III worked very, very hard to make a equitable government that represented all their citizens. They worked really hard. It's not great by our standards, but by medieval standards, it was amazing. And they worked very hard to make a very functional bureaucracy around this. Except Abd al-Rahman III's son was very not interested in politics. He wanted to be a librarian. So he dumped all the governing responsibilities onto his wife. She begged him for 2 years to give her a secretary. He gave her a secretary, and that secretary is the man who would become known as Al-Mansur in Al-Andalus. And he very quickly became guardian of her children, head of the treasury, and head of the department in charge of redistributing the wealth of people who died without claimed inheritances.
That's a lot of power.
It's a lot of power, and also he basically removed all the checks and balances on himself. That all the people whose job it would be who noticed someone embezzling from the government were all now one guy who was embezzling from the government.
Yeah, that checks out.
Yeah, so Al-Mansur eventually got caught because this was actually a well-functioning bureaucracy. He then was going to be executed, but his father-in-law, who was the head of the army, smoothed things over financially with the Umayyad government. And this fellow, whose birth name I can't remember, gets exiled to Morocco. They think he's a clerk, he's a librarian. They think he is going to be completely useless. He will just waste away, hopefully die, fighting the Idrisids. Instead, it turns out he's a military prodigy, and he comes back to mainland Iberia with the nickname Al-Mansur, the Victorious.
Well,
the Khalif then dies suddenly of a stroke, leaving his 12-year-old son in charge. Al-Mansur then becomes a military dictator, ends the relative peace with the northern Iberian Christian kingdoms, and proceeds to go on a 20-year annual slave-taking campaign in the north that got so prolific and so bad that the courts were having issues sorting out inheritances because young men were preferring to buy women from the slave markets because it was cheaper than offering a dowry to someone's father. That is how many people were being enslaved. So there were Qadi writing about why you should have a legal wife instead of a concubine.
Fair enough.
It was a disaster. Then Al-Mansur dies suddenly. He has 4 sons, and they spend the next 10 years squabbling over the Cordoban Emirate. Or it was the Caliphate at this time. And that ends up culminating in people trying to put various Umayyad scions on the throne, taking them off the throne. A Mazig general from Morocco finally getting brought over to Iberia by one of Al-Mansur's sons. And it just turned into this massive disaster that ended with the Cordoban Caliphate exploding into what's called the Taifa, which is basically just every province went, screw this, we're going to govern ourselves, exactly like they did before Abd al-Rahman III took the throne. So less than 100 years, and this beautiful bureaucracy that was very carefully written fell apart.
Yep. That checks out.
So that is the context of why Cordoba was like that, and why this guy felt the need to do so many executions. Incidentally, that is why we no longer have the Cordoban Emirates Grand Palace City, which they made using a whole ton of innovations learned in Baghdad, in the present anymore. It was called Madanat al-Zahra, the City of Radiance. It was supposed to be beautiful. It had massive public sensory gardens. And libraries, all sorts of gorgeous public works, and the Cordobans had to tear it down to rebuild the city.
Yeah. It's rough, and this is why it was executing embezzlers. True. I mean, tons of people around here would agree with you. Right, that is the caliphal punishment for embezzlement, that for Harun al-Rashid and al-Mutawakkil, and yeah, just execute them, then they're not a problem. Then it's only your Turkish guards that you have to worry about. Works great. Alright, so let's pivot back to science instead of tragedy. The Majlis, Intellectual Salon. Entertainment took many forms at the Abbasid court, from falcon hunting expeditions to buffoons being catapulted into pools. But one type of event epitomized the period, the Intellectual Salon, or Majlis. Used to describe both the social gathering and the location, a typical majlis featured intellectual debates, musical performance, poetry recitation, and wine drinking. Salons were held in various venues, from caliphal gardens to elite estates. Caliphs sometimes presided over them, but ministers and courtiers were also keen to show their sophistication by housing their own events. A majlis was indeed an opportunity for the refined entertainment for members of the elite, as well as a chance for the guest performers to draw the attention of these elites. Through magisterial debates on astronomy, lively lessons between Muslims and non-Muslims on religious tenets, and free-flowing discussions full of witty repartees and crude sexual jokes, newcomers could expect to make themselves known. Instant fame and fabulous wealth were on the line, in the form of sponsorship for one's work, or even a permanent position as a caliphal scholar. And that's instructive, and is actually something I want to see more of here. Right, in this main courtyard, in the Beit al-Hikmah, right, this is a prime spot for public education to be taking place. So, in any of these little galleries, there might be little alcoves where someone could sit and give a lecture on whatever topic they were reading about. And people could come and sit and hang out, and have a good time, and potentially get into a big debate about it. And all of that is just going to be, like, genuinely very interesting, genuinely, remarkable learning for people educated enough to understand it. That being said, right, we should say, right, Cordova, Cairo, and Baghdad are not the only cities that are being innovative in their work. Because in the mid-9th century, we have the first university in, the Mediterranean established. The Qarawiyyin in Fez just recently gets established, and from it, right, it sets a model for what's going to happen very quickly by the kind of 11th, 12th centuries, where schools attached to mosques, known as madrasa, which is just a place of learning, literally, is going to serve as a teenager and adult education. It's not quite a university in the way we think about it. That's reserved for the Qarawiyyin, which awards higher degrees, higher accolades, and is a faster track to becoming an academic master. But madrasas, or these sort of attached schools, are going to be really, really important. Anyway.
They also end up expanding quite a bit outside of what we would consider normal academia, because, of course, in this period, they didn't make any sort of distinction between what we would consider humanities, sciences, arts. Mm-hmm. It was just training. So you would have also in Cordoba, as I think I may have mentioned it yesterday, but Balaba bint Mustafik, disaster by poet princess of the Umayyads, she founded a school for women of all social classes to learn to be Qiyam, which was very controversial because those are traditionally only enslaved women.
Yep.
And it was deeply controversial, but she was Balaba bint Mustafik, and she did not give a damn. She publicly had spats with multiple of her lovers, and Balaba bint Mustafik, she was. Hang on a sec. Let me pull up the article on her and drop it in the chat. She was a Cordoban princess who famously had very public spats with her lovers, one of whom she dumped for one of her students because he was cheating on her with a man. She had fantastic ego. It was absolutely magnificent ego. He wrote. She had one of her own poetry verses inscribed on her coat in gold,
That's
which
magnificent.
it's magnificent. And in English, it reads, "I am by God fit for high position, and I'm going my way with pride. I allow my lover to kiss my cheek and bestow my kisses on any who crave it." Which
Yeah.
is a really bold thing to be wearing on your clothing as a woman in a medieval Islamic context, even if you're a wealthy and socially influential woman. But that's how the Umayyad court of Cordoba rolled.
Yeah. Let's get breakfall so we can work towards that. Okay. God, it's fun. Anyway, we also have another historical reference in here, and also another thing, right? Doctor's note. Ali, please deliver my diagnosis swiftly to the harem. Farida is much concerned over her son's affliction. His symptoms suggest measles, since he lacks the back pain that seems habitual in smallpox cases. Give his mother a copy of my publication on smallpox and measles. I'll explain the diagnosis and suggest a treatment plan. Wish your boy a swift recovery. Abu Bakr al-Razi. Himself, an incredibly famous and important physician in the history of medicine. Now, the format of that letter is all sorts of wrong, but I'll forgive it for having a reference to both, the practical matters of, you send messages in and out of the harem. It's not some isolated spot where mysterious, sexy things happen. No, it's where the kids are growing up and the kid is sick. And it actually lines with... Tell her to get my book. Hey, solid self-promotion.
Huh. That is a lot of books.
Do not think I am a librarian. I am a writer.
Al-Shahiz.
Many of these are my own works. Though I do collect, it is true. This city hides other rare and ancient tomes.
Now,
If you should find
Al-Jabr is not rare
it
or
here.
ancient.
I'll make it worth your time. Ha! Very good. It is certain no other in the city has seen this. If you find any more,
None of those books...
I am here.
None of the... That's a pretty quick diagnosis. How fast is medicine during this time? It's actually really sophisticated, right? The underlying mechanism is... Or the underlying explanatory mechanism is completely wrong, right? Because it's based on Galenic humoral theory. But Galenic humoral theory is evidence-based, because the way that you determine what hidden properties an herb or a concoction has is by trying it out. So the mechanism is still clinical trials, resulting in improved efficiencies to try and tailor certain maladies, grounded to respond to detailed description of symptoms. Right. Detailed descriptions of the symptoms of a disease, and then clinical trials on what alleviates those symptoms and heals the person. And it is just really good. And people in Baghdad had incredibly functional treatments for cataracts, yeah. Going back to Roman times, we've had good treatments for cataracts. So this is an iterative improvement. But the Arabic version was used until lasers.
Do you have something for me?
Not as yet.
Oh, perhaps next...
Okay, but I gave you 5. I gave you 5 of them. Fine. Be that way.
يجب أن أبلغ القرية بحلول المساء وإلا فسيفتقدونني ويظنون أن شيئا
Alright.
أصابني.
Let's go.
سيندمون على اليوم الذي
Cool. So much for the, well, I guess what else can we say about the House of Wisdom? I mean, it is, based on descriptions of it, of course, no ruins of the House of Wisdom survive. So we don't know where in the city it was, what exactly it looked like, what it can, or any other details regarding its construction. So this is completely an invention. Actually, I suspect an invention based partly on mosques and... Yeah, I'm guessing this is an invention based on Moroccan mosques that we do have. But yeah.
It almost looks like a Moroccan madrasa and how they've chosen to set it up.
Exactly. That's almost certainly what they did, which, fair play to you. It's how I would do it. But based on descriptions of it, it seems like the House of Wisdom actually functioned much like a contemporary rare books library does, in that they organize things based on subject, they have a focus on collecting rare and obscure tomes, and they have, you don't you don't check out books from the library, right? It doesn't circulate. Instead, you have a reading room, and you go, and you pull things or request things from the stacks, and either you retrieve them or someone retrieves them for you. You go into the reading room, and you can then study them at set-up desks. It has its own guard system, and it has its own reference librarians. So people whose job it is to actually know this collection, and be able to recommend works for researchers, and that's awesome. Now, I think Harun al-Rashid does this much expansion. I don't know that I agree with this sentence, but finally, the entry on the House of Wisdom itself. So, constructed on the orders of Caliph al-Mansur, the House of Wisdom served as the Abbasid Royal Library, where ancient knowledge was preserved and translated into Arabic. As the workplace of most of the empire's prominent minds, it was an essential institution of 9th century Baghdad. The idea of combining a academy of learning with a library was not an Abbasid innovation. The Bayt al-Hikmah was actually modeled on similar pre-existing institutions, such as the Great Library of Alexandria or the Gundishapur Academy of Khosrow in Iran. This may have been part of al-Mansur's strategy to portray his dynasty as the legitimate successors of the Sasanian and Persian kings, whose memory was still held dear by the Iranian elites of the Abbasid Empire. In any case, the House of Wisdom became home to at least 8,000 books in Arabic whose names have been transmitted to us via the Kitab al-Fihrist, compiled by Ibn al-Nadim in 987-88, covered a vast variety of subjects from astrology to zoology. It seems that the institution suffered from the Caliph's sojourns away from the capital after 836, and mention of it ceases after the reign of al-Mutawakkil, but it serves as a powerful example of caliphal patronage of science, and soon maintaining reading rooms and working spaces for scholars became expected of any ruler in the Muslim world. So we should be seeing it basically at near its end here, given that, al-Mutawakkil would be super dead. Sounds like there isn't a whole lot of oomph left in it, and we should start seeing movement west to Cairo, to Tunisia, to Fez, to Cordoba, and from Cordoba to Toledo, and from Toledo to Rome, Paris, London.
The Fiahis being brought up gives us a decent in for a mention of how people thought about the classifications of magic. So,
yes.
In the Fiahis, magic is classified into 3 broad categories. There's more categories.
Let me find
What
you
have we got
some help.
going on here?
Perhaps there is a doctor I can take you to.
Too late. Yet, there are still many things I must do. My life's work. A treatise.
This man is having a heart attack, and we're just gonna...
Get it to the House of Wisdom before my rivals claim it and steal my glory.
If you wish, I can deliver the treatise for you.
And then there is my beloved son.
Oh.
Today, he and I argued most bitterly.
Oh.
Without his
Wait, I'm
forgiveness,
sad.
I cannot.
I will fetch him so that you can make your peace.
No. The treatise first. Help me retrieve it. Please.
So this is actually a real person. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Thank you for finding the wiki.
Yeah.
Fortunately, he does not die. He does not die yet. Not for another 20 years. Unless they decide to have him die in this quest.
Let's pull him up, though, because we have that power.
Yes.
3, 2... sorry. I have many windows open right now. Could you tell? Abu Abdullah Muhammad Ibn Isa Mahani died around 880. Cool, did a commentary on the elements, Archimedes, and Menelaus' Phaedra. Amazing. And astronomical treaties, which are then quoted by later people. Cool. I like that.
Very. It's nice that we're getting to do side quests with historical personages without it having to be, oh, and so they are a secret ally of the assassins who helped us kill many people. It's just good to run into some people.
Exactly.
Sit. I will find the treatise.
It has 3 pages, each separate from the others.
Oh, wait, no, this is a classic Assassin's Creed Chase the Paper quest.
It better not be. If it's a Chase the Paper quest, I'm gonna be big mad. But if it is just a... If it is just a, identify a couple of side stories quest, I'll be okay.
He at least said it was only 3 pages.
Exactly. Exactly. It's only 3, which frankly, either means that he's lying, or he is the most space-efficient, scholar in the Islamic world. Because, remember, Al-Tabari's history clocks in at a cool 40 volumes.
Oh, he was trying to catalog the history of everything.
That's fair. But, like, still. They could have just said 3 volumes. Honestly, they could have. I don't think the treatise is actually that long. I think somewhere in between is... Not yet. We're working on it. Honestly. I don't think it's one surviving treatise is actually that long, but I don't think it's 3 pages either. I think 3 is just a good video game quest number. Well,
that was what the Fierhist was for, as well. The Fierhist was supposed to be a catalog of everything.
Yeah. Give me catalogs of everything. Quest items. On the latitude of the stars. Cool. Oh, well, dear Mahani, the palpitations in the chest continue to worry me. For this reason, I've drawn up a list of foods to help with the condition. Spinach, chickpeas, dates, citron, olive oil, in place of sesame oil. Only small quantities of meat with the fat carved off. Hey, actual cholesterol management. Cut down on fats. Bread made from sorghum flour, but not wheat, barley, or rice. Your friend, Hunayn ibn Nasir al-Tusi. And? Perhaps I'm going mad, but ideas just come to me, but I must write it down before it is lost. Established theory places our planet at the center of the universe and Narada resolves the sun. But, what if this theory is wrong? What if it's we, trapped on a rock, who revolve around the sun? There, Marinade, I've written it down. Okay. Keep it out of your official studies. Sure. I don't know if I love that one in particular.
There's a little bit of the Assassin's Creed enlightened atheism.
Also, a little bit of the Islamic Golden Age must mean that they made all the inventions first, or all the discoveries first. And I don't actually know if there's any heliocentric models from the Islamic world, or if that's genuinely Nicholas Copernicus working in Poland in 1543 as the first person to fully publish on that. Anyway, my dear son, some things are best written rather than said. Perhaps I've taken this approach earlier today. We could have avoided our argument. I want to make something clear to you. My studies are indeed my life's work, but they are not my life's joy. Oh, After the passing of my most beloved wife and your cherished mother, well, life has not been easy for either of us. Each has sought his own escape from the grief. Yet as your father, it was my duty to be there for you. I was not in the past, but I am now. Let mine be the shoulder which you rest upon and which you find solace. Aww. Aww.
Aww.
Also, good quest writing, right? There's two... This guy has two objectives, right? The scientific one and the human one. And those are not... Those are given equal weight? I found 2 of the pages. I'm working on it.
Oh, right. The field lists 3 definitions of magic.
Yes.
3 classes of magic. So there's astrology, of course. Applied astrology. Which is talismans, as I mentioned closer to the last break.
Yeah.
There is subjugation of Jinn, which is what Solomon does, where via purity you get authority over spirits. And then there is bargaining with Jinn, which is, of course, haram. You do not do that. Very illegal.
Darn.
Because, of course, they want blood sacrifice, and that is
That's
blasphemy. That's blasphemy, which gets you executed. You do not do that.
Yeah. Yeah. So we do it
Of course, though, a little bit of blasphemy is the quick and dirty magic that gets people who don't have the privilege of learning math or being able to be extremely pious their entire life a little bit of advantage.
Fair.
There's Jinn are complicated.
Yeah, let's
Jinn
talk about those
are-
because they're important.
Let's talk about Jinn. So Jinn are incredibly
These numbers are
complicated.
beyond my understanding.
Solomon does it legally. He has a ring. He has authority. He has official license to do it. He is allowed to. His fumbling is like it is in the Tanakh, that he chooses to... How would I phrase it in the way that they would describe it? Basically, he indulges his wives by choosing to engage in faith that he personally knows are not correct. So, from Solomon's perspective, he's just condescending to nonsense. From a theological perspective, he's committing blasphemy and apostasy. And that is where he falls down. But the actual commanding of Jinn or Shedim or demons, that he's permitted to do because he was given the authority to do it in the form of a ring, which he was either taught to make by personified wisdom or given by the Archangel Michael or the Sar HaTorah or Raziel the Archangel. It differs depending on who you ask. But he was allowed to do it. But Jinn are complicated. It's argued by some people, I forget who said this recently, but there was a person, an Arabic writer recently, who said something to the effect of, you can't write the Jinn wrong because they've been so many things to so many people. You absolutely can write them wrong. You can definitely depict them wrong. But they are constantly very different. Also, yes, there was that time Solomon carpet bombed Java with Jinn. Fun story, but not relevant to talking about what Jinn are. So in their simplest form, Jinn are people, invisible people, typically invisible people. They oftentimes shapeshift to take the form of white or black animals, most traditionally snakes. They are invisible people made of smokeless fire, and they have their own animals and their own clans, and they can follow human religions if they so choose, or their own understanding of faith. They're just people. But in being people, they are a people that is older and mightier than humanity. They can... God damn it.
I thought it was gonna be free.
Yeah.
Heck.
And up it goes. So they are a people older and more powerful than humanity, and like Jewish Shadim, they have powers and abilities that humans do not, like being able to fly, being able to produce wonders, and they can foretell the future by flying up to just below the lunar sphere and listening to the angels gossip about God's plans. So, fortune tellers, it is said. Damn.
No, finish this thought, and then we'll do it.
No, I was reacting more so to the body.
Yep.
The angels gossip, which is a bit of a bit of folklorism, because in proper Islamic theology, the angels cannot disobey God and are perfect in all things. So it's a bit of an odd theological stance.
Alternatively, hear me out here. Gossiping is part of the perfect plan of God. The sweet
I was
drama.
about to get to that. Yes. Alternatively, the angels gossiping is part of God's perfect plan. This is Mirage.
Yes, this is the brand new one. It came out like 3 days ago.
Yeah. So it was believed that fortune tellers were either bartering with jinn to hear angel gossip, or that they were skilled in a very particular way. Hold on. There's a very specific quote about this in Dr. Liana Sake's work about the difference between a fortune teller, a wise man, and a prophet, and it has to do with revelation versus wisdom. That's it. Right. So the wise man is wise. The fortune teller has revelations, but a prophet has both.
Yeah.
And that is the distinction between a wise man, a fortune teller, and a prophet.
I love that.
It's fascinating. There's so many interesting ideas going on here. But yeah, so fortune tellers were imagined as bargaining with jinn, doing rudimentary astrology, or being really, really insightful people.
Yeah.
And that's just how they existed. Yeah, but no, jinn are just very mighty historical people that are mostly invisible, and I will get to more of them after I fill up my water bottle.
Agreed. Let's go be sad.
Father, he has passed from this life.
أحسن الله عزاءكم.
The spirit left him before I arrived. Though his body remains warm to my touch. We argued earlier. It was my fault. I came to make amends, but I was too late. And you? Who are you?
A momentary friend. I retrieved your father's treatise, and now I offer it to you. He said it was his life's work.
His life's work?
Those were his words, yes.
I see. And me? What did he say of me?
He begged me to seek you out, but I ignored him and chose to secure the treatise for the sake of posterity.
Posterity? La'anakallah! I am his child!
That was not the answer I would have said, but
moments with him? Just go. The sight of you makes me sick. Let me grieve my father in peace.
that was not where I thought that was going to go. I thought that was going to be, you know, quote the letter that he wrote that we snooped on that said, hey, that was his life's work, but you were his life's joy. And instead we just do a small lie, make him mad at us. But I think him being mad at us is the better alternative. What is the setting? We are in the year 861-ish, and we are in Baghdad, the capital of the Abbasid Caliphate, and the largest, certainly top 3, but probably the largest city in the world in this time period. So, politically, we are in the anarchy at Samara, a conflict caused by Turkish military factions who murdered Caliph al-Maltuakal, and then proceeded to change their minds a whole bunch about which of his sons and nephews they wanted to rule. Within the context of the game, we accidentally assassinated al-Mutawakkil and are now trying to take on the Order of the Ancients and the Hidden Ones. The game also is very, very good. Right, we are in Al-Abbasiyah, which is a mostly fictionalized rendering of the Scholars District in Baghdad. I actually think, if we're being stricter in our history, a lot of the Scholars' work probably occurs in the Round City or near the secondary palaces on the east bank of the Tigris River. Notably, also called the district not appearing in this film. Because I think probably there's a decent chance that the Beit al-Hikmah is actually in Al-Mukharib, which is somewhere around here, historically.
Just Baghdad. Just Baghdad.
Yep, we are pretty much restricted to Baghdad, though Baghdad serves as a microcosm of the entire Islamic world. You're more familiar with classical Greece, Rome, and the Mediterranean? That's fair, that's how most people are. And that's one of the things that I find super duper interesting here, is that this is a time period and a cultural space and a social reality that is almost completely absent from the major markets of the people they're trying to sell the game to. And it's clear they're aware of that and have been doing a ton of work into making this city feel not only believable, but like really thoughtfully understand the various cultures, architecture, spaces, and people of the entirety of the Islamic world.
That includes fun details like the Nestorian monastery.
Exactly. I love the Nestorian monastery. But yeah. We also, of course, are having easy nonsense filtered very cautiously through an individual's cultural expression. So, you know, Basim, our main character, if you know Assassin's Creed Valhalla, you know how he's going to end up, is currently haunted by having nightmares of a devouring jinn that is making him have a very bad time.
We don't quite know what they portend yet, but it certainly presages some Isu stuff.
Exactly.
Speaking of Jinn.
Speaking of Jinn, let's hop back into the very... I know almost nothing about them apart from, you know, they are, right, in the 1001 Nights, right, as a Solomonic legacy, they are often bound to things, and if you have the thing, then you can control them, and if you can control them, you can accomplish marvels on a level of subjugation and magic that is good for making you very wealthy, and often very good for taking away that wealth just as quickly.
Oh, absolutely. So there's a lot of different ways to do that, and they have a lot of complicated things going on with them. But there's a lot of understanding of that the Jinn are basically just people, powerful, dangerous people that are different from us, but also similar in some key ways. For example, there's a particular type of Jinn called a Karin, which is imagined to be your spiritual twin, your double, a doppelganger.
I love it.
And that is the Islamic explanation for ghosts. Because obviously people don't persist after death. They go into the afterlife, or they wait until the last day, at which point everyone is resurrected. But the explanation for ghosts is that or people seeing you where you weren't, is that your Karim were seen going around and doing things.
That's so smart. Wait.
So it's that was how they squared the circle on some types of folklore. Oh, it's not a ghost, because of course ghosts don't exist. It was your jinn twin, your Karim. There's of course other types, like the ghoul, which we discussed briefly yesterday, because that was the by name of one of the Order of Ancients members. And there's a couple others, like Ifrits, which are imagined to be particularly large and powerful. Marids, that are sometimes associated with water. They're the more typical, like, witch-granting ones. They're also considered powerful and rebellious. Oh, meteor shower. Or it was, briefly.
A stray meteor, at least? Yeah.
Yeah. And there's also sometimes other obscure elementals that are sometimes used as a feminine form of jinn. So typically it's...
The music just got super loud, so you may want to repeat that half of the sentence.
Of course. So there's a couple other types of jinn, one of which is sometimes imagined to be feminine specifically. This is under debate. There's very many versions that differ. So there's Jan. Jan are sometimes imagined as water or earth elementals, which is a very, very bad way of explaining it, but it's the fastest way I can explain it. And they are sometimes imagined as the feminine counterparts of jinn. Other strains of folklore go, no, that makes absolutely no sense. That's not what they are. They're just a different clan or type of jinn, and the proper feminine form of jinn is jinnia, which is more proper Arabic. It's just jinn, but feminine and plural.
Yeah.
And that is sort of crash course on jinn. They're powerful. They're made of fire. And the other important thing to note is that they are rebellious in very specific and cosmologically important ways, in that they predate humanity, and in predating humanity, they were not exactly pleased when we came around. Of course, in Islamic theology, the Grand Tempter Iblis is a jinn, a very old, very powerful jinn who refused to bow to Adam on the grounds of, I'm older and stronger than he is, why should I?
Yeah.
Not welcome here. Go.
And so the jinn fought a war with the angels in some versions of the folklore. They lost badly.
Alright. Yeah?
And have a good night, Night Rocker. And they lost badly, and depending on the folklore, you get, or the theology, you get a little bit of the Book of Enoch getting mixed in here, because Azazel shows up.
That's amazing.
But in very weird capacities. So he either shows up as the prophet to the jinn, sent by God, who they rejected, as the archangel that God put in charge of scourging the jinn, who was overzealous and was then punished after, as a jinn prince who was given to the angels as a hostage during the peace negotiations of the war, but was so pious the angels petitioned to make him an archangel. Which I don't even know how that's supposed to work cosmologically, but it's a thing that was believed.
God is great and good, and through him all things are possible?
there's that. There is that.
That's about as best I can do.
Yeah. Inshallah, if God wills it.
Exactly.
So, and Azazel shows up, and sometimes he shows up as an angel who was too rigid in his devotion, and so was punished by God with a very interesting punishment of being unable to perceive color. So the longer he persisted in his arrogance of rigidity, the less beauty he would be able to see in the world. Because, of course, God, the most merciful, delights in diversity and beauty. If he did not, why would there be diversity in the world?
Exactly. Unlucky that colorblind people are therefore clearly cursed by God. Apologies to all of you. Yeah, I got nothing. Just feels bad, man.
So we've got a lot going on. There's a lot going on mythologically here.
I adore it. It's just a good time.
Speaking of mythology, and some of the plot things that Assassin's Creed does, so we have there was a secret society in Baghdad at this time.
Oh my god, yes. Tell me more.
It was not the Order of Ancients. It was a group called the Ikhwan al-Safa, the Brethren of Purity. And they were a group of scholars who started initially as a salon group, a majlis group, from the House of Wisdom, who operated mostly out of Basra. And they would meet on the equinoxes and the summer solstice, and they would have their own private little religious festivities, and they were dedicated to the advancement of scholarship for the spiritual betterment of humanity.
Okay.
So let me pull up their stuff. Just a second here. They published a very important book called the Rasail al-Safa, Rasail Ikhwan al-Safa, the Encyclopedia of the Brethren of Purity, which was a collection of 52 letters that the membership distributed amongst themselves in between their meetings. People would write theses and send them in, and they would distribute them to all the other members so they would have something to talk about at the next meeting.
Hilarious.
And they believed that they should basically attempt to improve the world by educating first the elites and then everyone else, which is really apropos for the MO of the Templars in the Assassin's Creed trilogy.
Yeah.
Or in the Assassin's Creed series, not trilogy. So in their epistles that they sent to each other, they liken magic to medicine. So it treats the soul the way a doctor treats the body. So there's a parable in their literature about a physician who identifies an invisible illness in the common population of the city. He believes that the general populace will dismiss him if he gives the diagnosis bluntly. So instead, he heals a nobleman, teaches the nobleman how to heal other people, and then as the ripple effect spreads, healers become bolder, and eventually the population is healed en masse. So they desire to seek spiritual kingship over temporal kingship in order to in order to improve the world and help people. And in their internal cult structure, it had several ranks, of which the highest was called philosopher, called the angelic rank, and they ascribed to that rank both Socrates, as well as the prophet and Jesus.
Yeah, you know, if you gotta pick three, those are the three you pick.
So I'm almost a little surprised they didn't include them as the local chapter of the Order of Ancients, because now that I'm thinking about it, their philosophy methodology works.
Yeah.
In the context of the lore.
Yeah, I see it. Makes sense to me. Sadly, I don't set the policy.
No, alas.
Oh, well. Let's go find... Actually, we got a couple of things. I think we have, like one codex, and then 2 more inventory items. And I think it may be about time to call it a night. So we have a round moon plaque, a piece of metal with Hosane enamel featuring the moon as a sky goddess. It was made in south-central France during the Carolingian dynasty. Wild. And a Tang sensor, an open sphere crafted in Asian craft techniques during the Tang dynasty. Its interior contains a series of rings that hold the central saucer upright at all times. And then, we got one more thing, thinking about Arabic as a cultural unifier. Long a linguistic presence in the Arabian Peninsula and the Eastern Mediterranean, Arabic expanded all over the empire through the conquests of the 7th and 8th centuries and the establishment of Arabic-speaking diasporas and colonies. Through a combination of deliberate policies and peer pressure, it eventually became the lingua franca of much of the territory stretching from the Pyrenees to the Himalayas. Many factors explain the expansion and popularity of Arabic. First and foremost, it was the liturgical language of Islam, and its mastery was necessary to read and understand how the Quran and other religious texts. The slow and steady spread of this religion across the empire therefore led to the adoption of its sacred language by the new converts. Moreover, by the 720s, much of the administration of the empire had become Arabicized. Those wishing to advance socially and politically therefore found it well worth their effort to learn Arabic. Finally, as something akin to a common tongue, it became the language of trade, arts, and sciences between the peoples of the empire. Despite being the dominant language of the empire, Arabic was not the only language spoken in it. Among other languages were Persian in Iran, Syriac in Syria, Amazigh in North Africa, Coptic in Egypt, and Hebrew wherever there was a Jewish community. It is probable that most inhabitants of a cosmopolitan city like Baghdad spoke a little bit of multiple languages. And we get a folio from the Blue Quran, 9th to 10th century, from Kairawan in Tunisia. Kairawan is the other place that has a House of Wisdom. I just couldn't remember its name. Housed in the Metropolitan Museum of Art. Tamazight? Good to know. Certainly not Berber like the game uses, because that is, it's the same as barbarian. So, Tamazight, and all of that. What's the reason for us being in the Animus machine in this game? There is no reason. They have taken the syndicate approach to the metaplot, which is the metaplot exists in the opening cutscene and never again. And frankly, that is for the best. Oh, we also did have another one on calculating the Earth's circumference. Hooray. I mean, there's not a whole lot of interesting here. Basically, right, saying, oh, hey, Eratosthenes had calculated it within 5% of modern calculations. And then recreated in 730, and then Al-Biruni used the mountain instead, and that worked better. Both expeditions were motivated in part by the desire to know their extent of their territory compared to their rivals, and by Islam's requirement to pray facing the Kaaba, no matter your position in the world. A proof that religious belief and scientific pursuits don't always come into conflict. Also, the truth of the entire world here is of the Islamic world. If you take away one thing from this, it's that the Golden Age of Islam is a religious theological commentary age, and there is a grand unified theory of, or an attempt at a grand unified theory of science, arts, philosophy, and theology as the same thing. Anyway, Celestial Globe from Iran. It's nice. Cool. We've been going for 5 hours in this afternoon block, and I think that means that we are out of time for today. So, firstly, I want to thank you, Nicholas, for joining me.
Yes.
It was a delight. And to everyone who hung out in chat, thank you as well. And Boy Watcher, thank you for the follow just now. This is great. We're going to be back tomorrow, right? In the United States, it is a holiday, and therefore I don't have to work. Therefore, we're going to be streaming this all day tomorrow. Same deal as today, where it's going to occur in 2 blocks, a morning and an afternoon. But hopefully that means I will see a bunch of you throughout that, then to continue to hang out, continue talking about Islamic culture, history, etc. It's been a ton of fun. I've had a great time. I feel really good. We're not finishing the game because evidently, I'll observe that we did almost zero main story in the entire back half of the entire afternoon streaming block. So we may have to prioritize that a little bit more in the, tomorrow's streams. But yes, if you want, of course, to hang out with us outside of that time, join the Discord where there's lots of cool people doing lots of cool stuff. And if you want to support the channel and everything we do here, seriously consider subscribing. It means a lot and it helps us keep this going. And if you want to support it in other ways, you can head over to patreon.com/LudoHistory, where for as little as $2 a month, you can help make sure all of that happens. Never main story, only meander? Well, I mean, I'm not going to say that that's what's going to actually happen, but you know where this is going. We got distracted for 45 minutes by the question of did baklava exist? We're very easily distracted around here. Anyway, one more round of applause for our guests because they have been great. And for all of you, until I see you tomorrow or in future streams, I hope you all have a lovely rest of your evenings. And ciao for now. And of course, particular thanks to our patrons, all listed on the side there, with the addition of Born Again Geek as our most recent patron, who I have not had time to add to the list yet. Additionally, thank you to all of our new followers: Void Watcher, Night Rocker, a username Musha, Bisexual to Larry Girl, Applebee's, and Bista Malacron. And for our subs and resubs for Casida and Sunshine Moon, and the tiny cheer from Kokoyo. Lastly, thank you to our moderators, Raptoris and Peter, for hanging out, making sure that we are safe from bots. We appreciate all of you, and for real, goodbye.